Today I'm gonna try to finish episode 4. At the very least, the main chapters, question mark and tea party, I don't know, but I'm gonna try to finish it today. So, and no fucking around. Let's just go.
ベアトリーチェ復活の儀式とかわけのわかんないことを言った
ならこれで13人が生贄に捧げられてもうベアトリーチェは蘇った頃だよ。
ああ、なら上等だ。ベアトリーチェもまとめて一緒にぶち殺してやろう。
マリアたちは儀式を生き残った。だからベアトリーチェに黄金鏡に招待してもらえるんだよ。そこでは願いは何でも叶う。家族を殺されたのが辛いなら生き返らせてもらえばいいのに。マリアはそうするつもりだよ。黒い魔女に取りつかれていない本当に優しい本当のママを蘇らせてもらうの。だからママはもうずっとマリアと一緒。お仕事とかで残業も休日出勤も何もないの。
Oh boy, that shit is so fucking... Still thinking about that, man. Rosa, she's so mean.
ずっとマリアと一緒にいてくれてマリアのことだけを考えてくれてマリアのために恐ろしい敵といつも戦ってくれるの
お前どうかしてるぜ
Right.
なんでこの状況でそんなわけわかんねえことを言ってられるんだ。
バトラは今キリエおばさんに言われたはずだよ。魔女を信じろと言われたはずなのに。
くそ。
Oh fuck.
こんなとこでマリアと口喧嘩してる場合じゃねえぜ。もう人質も何も誰も生き残っちゃいねえんだ。もうクソくだらねえ。おかしな儀式もゲームもおしまいだぜ。ここからは俺の好きにさせてもらう。まだ生きてる奴がいるかもしれない。あるいは隠れてる奴がいるかもしれない。片っ端から調べて見つけ出しぶちのめしてやるぜ。
In a rage, Battler grabbed his hat stand spear and flew out of the room. Again, we're supposed to have theories, right? My theory? I don't even know what to think of anymore. Like, I don't know where this is gonna lead to. Maria watched him go, looking bored.
ベアトリーチェがすぐに願いを叶えてくれるのにバトラはバカ。
Aw, don't say that, Maria. Then the phone rang out again. He always leaves at the worst time. Maria stood up and grabbed the receiver.
もしもし。ほう。
Of course, the sound of the phone also reached Battler's ears as he was about to dash out of the guest house. With a violent forcefulness, he turned around and dashed into the cousin's room.
Maria!
Is she dead?
電話って誰からだ?
With a terrifying look on his face, Battler yelled at Maria, who was on the phone. You couldn't blame him. Right now, the only humans left alive on this island were himself, Maria, Golda, and Kumasawa. Oh, they're still alive! Right? But there was no way those two could call when they were locked up in the gardening storehouse, which meant there was only one person. It had to be Ginzo. As she happily chatted with the person on the other end of the phone, Maria slowly turned to face Battler, and with an unsettling expression on her face, she laughed with a ki-hi-hi-hi-hi. It felt almost as though the person on the other end of the line was chatting about Really?
マリア、電話の相手は誰だ? じいさまか?
Battler couldn't imagine that this was the case. After all, it was inconceivable that Maria would be having such a friendly talk with Ginzo, chatting to him about Battler with that eerie smile on her face. Just what kind of person could be on the phone? Who could make Maria chat with a smile like that? At that time, in the back of his mind, the words Kirie had spoken to him drifted up. Even if a witch does appear, there's no need to doubt it. Just believe in its existence. They're trying so hard. This is something I'm thinking of. A theory, I guess. I'm not really sure. Just something I'm thinking of. So, it seems that the closer we get to the question marks, the more prominent magic becomes and the more they want us to believe, right? And being as they mentioned a couple times that that Rokanjima is kind of like drifting into magic, becoming more magical somehow, right? And again, they keep like, this is the entire point. Beatrice just wants my boy to believe, and I think that's what they're trying to do, obviously.
マトラン、今帰ってきたよ。せっかちだよね。
マリア！その電話の相手は誰だ？誰なんだ？
変わる？
Don't piss him off.
はい、バトラ。
After getting the consent of the person on the other end, she held the receiver out to battle.
はい。
Maria held the receiver out for him to take, as though it was perfectly normal. Battler just let a little bit of hesitation towards taking the receiver, because by acknowledging the existence of the person on the other end, he would have no choice but to admit it. Kyrie had said it. There is no longer any need to doubt their existence. See, they want to make us as well admit it. I hate this. Battler took the receiver. After he did so, Maria briskly headed for the door. Battler, who was slightly fearful about finding out for sure who was on the other end of the receiver, questioned Maria before taking the call.
おい！どこへ行くんだよ！
マリアのテストの場所だよ。後ろ宮家の当主はバトラかマリアか、どっちだろうね。
Is it gonna be Maria?
いいから！殺されるぞ！
殺されないよ。儀式はもう終わってるもの。それに殺されても蘇らせてもらえるし、当主になってもなれなくても、もう私たちは黄金鏡に招いてもらえる。じゃあね、おさ。
待てよ！
Skipped it on accident.
マリア！
Battler stretched his hand out to Maria's back as she left, but the cord of the receiver was still held him back. Whatever. He readied himself. Battler put the receiver to his ear. Okay. It's gonna be Beatrice, isn't it?
もしもし。
Congratulations! And I'm fine! My
Speak.
golden dream on Project Gold. Working on the creature of glory and September. With this golden dream it's magical gold.
Yo!
I had a beast in fire on magical breaking power.
Okay. This bitch, yo, this song! Screwed up mocking English filled his ears. It was the voice of a woman he didn't know. Who? The inside of his head was starting to freeze up. Who?
誰はないであろう。後ろ宮パートナー。返事は Yes, I'm fine. である。懐かしいな。中国やっただろ。手首になってやるやつ。
てめえは誰だ？答えやがれ！
英語で言えよ。お前、そういうの得意だったろ？
ふざけんじゃねえよ！てめえは誰だ？クソジジイの手先か！
手先とはひどい言いざまではない。おりこと言って。わらわの虜だろ
Fucking wow. The last laugh didn't sound like it was aimed at Battler. It was almost as though Ginza was right next to the phone, cackling as well.
名を名乗りやがれ！てめえは誰だ？ 何者だ。
There she is.
ハワイへご招待するぜ。
She's trying to be so fucking funny. That fucking laugh.
どうだ。やった長かったぜ。本当に今日まで長い日々だった。
What do you mean?
1000年は待ったぜ。今日という日をよ。
1,000
おかげ
days?
さまをもちまして。
Years, I mean?
わらは大復活。
Yes, there has to be some special with this episode, right? Big resurrection?
特別にさっきの待って聞いてやってもいいぜ。
やれやれ、上機嫌にも程があろうが、もう少しは淑女らしく振る舞わんか。
Ginzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the reception table. Also on the table were expensive cheeses and the like to go with drinks. And there was a line of several empty wine bottles. As Beatrice rolled around in her sofa in an unseemly way, she held a wine glass in one hand, in a good mood, and probably completely drunk. Oh, hell no, I don't want to be drunk anymore.
今日
Sick of it.
最高にご機嫌だから大サービスだ。おいおい銀座、そんな年代物の寄付ワインなんか飾ってんなよ。1947年ものかよ。今日は開けなくていつ開けるつもりだ。それをアビセッコして遊ぼうぜ。
You gonna waste wine like that?
機敏で殴りっこもしよう。
それは愉快だ。浮かれすぎであるぞ。羽目の外しすぎだ。
金蔵だって。わらわに再会できて嬉しいだろ。シャバだ、うつしおだ。わらわの肉体万歳。
So she's fully resurrected, like fully?
さっきから何を騒いでるんだ。
Because we kept doing this shit over and over again.
ベアトリーチェだとでも言うのかよ。
But now is she like fully, like there's no need for the ritual anymore? She's permanently alive.
My
Look at her cursing so much.
Fuck 何がベアトリーチェだ。黄金の魔女だと。いい加減にしろ。どこにいやがれ。そこにクソジジイも一緒にいるのか。てめえらまとめてぶっ飛ばしてやら。今どこにいやがるんだ。答えやがれ。なんだ、わらわに会いたいのか。モテる女は綺麗や。
Yes, I would imagine so. shaking my head side to side with this bitch. She really is in a really fucking good mood. So I'm guessing that's what's gonna. She's fully resurrected.
変わったマリアのテストにわらわはいたそうなったの
なんと気まぐれな。で、お前がバトラーをテストするというのか。
いいだろあいつさお前の若い時に似てるからさギュッときちゃうんだよ
How is he a younger Ginzo?
安心しろよ浮気なんかしないってあいつと二人っきりになるのは今だわらわはいつだってお前と二人きりだろだからもうわらわを四六時中束縛するのは勘弁しろ
Are they actually in a relationship? I don't think they are. I think she's just being funny.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが自ら執り行ってやろうバーそうだこの屋敷の正面玄関にバトラーマジで頑張ってくれそして検討なんてすぐに寿命でぽっくりバトラーが適当になってくれりゃお前のすべての新しい味あら首締めにさせてもらう
What? Am I wrong or is it not a little sexual? Does she mean it that way? Does she like being bossed around?
屋敷の玄関だな上等だこのクソったらな酔っ払いめ
That's right. She is a stinking drunk right
迎え
now.
酒には俺の熱いパンチをくれてやる首を洗って待ってやがら
Battler impulsively slammed the receiver down. There was no need to talk through a receiver anymore. I'll meet her face to face and settle this. What is gonna test now then? I took the spear I'd made by taking apart the hat stand and went outside without even an umbrella. It's hard to imagine that the young woman calling herself Beatrice will be waiting for me alone. I should probably assume that she'll be waiting with those supporting troops that Golda and Kumasawa told us about. Going alone would be too reckless. Is it gonna free them? Golda and Kumasawa?
ゴーダさん
I fucking knew it!
俺だバトルだ
I headed for the gardening storehouse first. I needed all the help I could get. Golda-san's a burly man, so I can probably count on him to add some extra brawn. Kumasawa's knowledge and familiarity with the area as a senior servant might prove to be a huge weapon. Both of them have master keys, and they know more about this mansion than I do. They're pretty reliable allies. As I banged on the shutter and called out for them to open it, I remembered that there was nothing they could do from the inside. I would have to get the key back from them and open the shutter myself. I went around to the side, knocked on the small latticed window there, and opened it up.
ゴーダさん熊沢のばあちゃんバトラだおい起きろってお
They're dead, aren't they? The scene in the shed, lit by a dimly lit light bulb, was all too bizarre. Listen, if it's just them killed, it wouldn't be bizarre. Like, when I'm thinking about bizarre, I'm thinking about something that makes no sense. Like, they're half goat, half human, something like that.
熊沢
They're dead, aren't they? From a low ceiling beam hung two thick and at the ends, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were hanging by their necks. What? There's no way they did that to themselves. There's no way. It was dim, and I was looking through a narrow gap between the various pieces of equipment strewn about, so I couldn't make out any more detail than that. Yo. Oh my god, his tongue is out. I'm looking at Kumasawa. Isn't that rope kind of choking up on her cheek? But when they showed, not even a tremor after I called out to them. And because of the way the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies, I could sense no trace of life from them. I did not expect this to happen. Dude, why? I don't think they would do that to themselves. The shutter is still closed. I do not think they did that to themselves. And there's only a single key, which I'm sure Golda-san took possession of. So how did the culprit open the shutter and kill the two of them inside? Maybe they have a special key. No, wait, they weren't necessarily killed. If this is a suicide, that way, this locked room makes sense, but I don't know why the two of them would hang themselves. Feebly, I slumped down on the spots. Now, the only humans alive on this island are me, Maria, and my old bastard. No, there's also that nutso woman calling herself Beatrice. Maria's been acting like she's on the witch's side from the beginning. And Gramps is the very person who revived the witch. Plus, there's the witch herself. What the hell? Then it's just as though I'm the only one on this island. Using my pole as a cane, I feebly rose to my feet. Damn, I can't do it like this. I've got to avenge everyone. There it is, bitch. Stop it. Battler. Fuck. Okay. Another thing, I'm still, even after all this time, I'm not sure if this battler and the battler that's over there in the witch's dimension or whatever, are they the same? Do they share the same mind? I don't know what's going on. I got the crying out of the way while I could, so that all my weak emotions would be squeezed out with my tears. Then, I straightened up and gazed into the darkness in the direction of the mansion. At the entrance of the mansion, the witch is waiting. To the mansion, I mean. I'll go and settle this. I'll find the source of this weird, blood-soaked night and crush her with my own hands. This isn't gonna end like the other ones, right? There's gonna be like some big revelation. Something big is gonna happen. Amidst the pouring rain, I walked through the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. I could see the arbor in the distance. According to Jessica, it seemed that George Aniki had also been killed. Well, by this point, there's no need to worry about the lives of any hostages. I left the path aiming for the arbor. He's gonna see my boy dead? Then, I saw George Aniki's weather-beaten corpse.
Aniki.
So this is that image! The corpse was in front of the arbor. I remember in the... Yes, in this opening cinematic, this image flashed, and I was wondering where it was from. I finally get to see it. If he could have died under the arbor, he would at least have been spared being beaten down upon by the rain. There was a gaping hole in Aniki's forehead, as though he had been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain had washed away everything. His face wasn't covered with blood, so he looked almost like he was sleeping. However, the deep red his clothes were stained still proved the evidence that a large amount of blood had flowed out. How happy I'd be if he were sleeping, or else pretending to be dead. But Aniki's eyes remained open, even though the rain sprayed against them. And the hole in his forehead was, without a hint of a joke, the real thing. There had been a faint chance that Goda and Kumasawa-san Hanging by their necks in the gardening shed could have been a bad joke. But that naive possibility had now been completely denied. And as I looked at this corpse, I became completely sure, just as Golda-san had once said, the enemy came to take the lives, as though these lives were pieces on a chessboard.
間違いない。クソジジイと魔女は俺たちの命なんて本当にその程度にしか思ってないらしい。
That damned witch. When she was on the phone, she talked about us like we were on the game board.
仕事を出せ。そうかよ。こいつはゲームのつもりかよ。あら。お前らがみんなをゲームみたいに殺したように、俺がお前らをゲームのように殺してもいいわけだよな。首を洗ってやがれ。ベアトリーチェ。
The lightning caused the mansion's vast shadow to emerge. Finally, the mansion. As the massive shape came into view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed that there weren't any underlings waiting for me in a pack or anything like that. According to Kirie-san, there were a large number of attendants with goat heads. At least for now, I couldn't sense any large group like that, hiding and staring at me. What's this? Beneath the roof of the entrance, there's something set down.
なんだよ。
Oh, we've never seen his face like that.
箱。
It looked like the kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in. Or maybe it was the same kind of extravagant cigar case you'd find in a reception room. Either way, it didn't look like something that belonged to you. It certainly looked as though I was being told to open it. But the thought of doing what they wanted me to do was somehow irritating. He's very rebellious. However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't open it. Could it be that it's set up with some trap to make it explode when opened? Hey. While thinking things like that and forgetting even to go under the overhang, I continued to glare at the box as the rain beat down upon me. Then, mixed in with the thunder was some kind of music? I think I can hear it too. It sounded like something like that. It was the tone of a big clock in the hall announcing midnight. It was also the sound that announced that the crazy day of October 4th had finally ended, and that the much more incredibly crazy day of October 5th had begun. That sound quieted, and I could hear an eerie laugh coming from nowhere, out of nowhere. I got the feeling that the voice was coming from the heavens, and I looked up at the sky. Is it gonna be from up here? I fucking knew it! And there was a woman I've never seen before. That fucking image of Beatrice, dude. No, it's not true that I've never seen her before. I saw her once today. Yes, in the portrait inside the mansion. The clothes were different, but that face was just like the witch of the portrait. Ah, who am I kidding? I already know who this person is. This fucking image, yes! Yo, this has to be it. Oh no, this has to be it. Leaning over the second floor balcony and waving cheerfully from under her umbrella was without a doubt the witch of the portrait, Beatrice. Damn, I added some bass to her name. Was the plan for the boss to watch on from above as her goat underlings torture me to death? I adjusted my grip on the spear, and imagining goats creeping out of the surrounding shadows and the entrance and surrounding me, I raised my guard in all directions.
ここにはわらわとお前以外の誰もいねえぜ。ヤギの家具どももいなければ、悪魔の執事もお師匠様も、我が親友の悪魔もいねえ。そして、我が肉体の蘇生を手伝う黄金の蝶たちもいなければ、魔法陣もない。召喚者の立ち会いもない。
Can I believe you? Can I trust you?
そなたにわかるかな？
What does that mean?
さっぱりだぜ。 寝言言って
そなたとは確かにこの世界でも何度か会えてはきたが、まるですれ違うかのようにな。知っての通り、この人間どもの世界はただ貴様らが存在し、わらわを疑うだけで、それは膨大な毒素となる。まるでそなたが言うキングに対して守りを固める堅牢の城壁のように、それをわらわは何コマを一つずつ切り崩し追い込み、じわじわとそなたの城壁を切り崩していった。そしてようやくわずかの隙間を開き、そこからわらわはビショップを送り込み、そなたのすぐ近くに近づけるようになった。しかし知っての通り、ビショップは資格のある駒だ。黒のビショップはそなたが黒きマスにとどまる限り絶大な影響力を発揮する。そなたがひょいと白きマスに一歩逃れれば、わらわはそなたの隣に接することはできても接触することはかなわない。だからわらわはそなたの白きマスにとどまれぬようさまざまな駒を送り込む。そなたの隣の黒きマスを支配するわらわの前で弾き出されるようにゲームを進めてきたのだ。しかし今やそなたの城壁はぽっかりと穴を、我がはビショップではなくとうとうクイーンを送り込むことができた。クイーンがどういう駒か知っているか？
I don't know much about chess, but I do know that they're like one of the strongest ones, right?
飛車プラス角だろ。言いてえことはこうか。今やお前は黒い魔女幻想のマスだけでなく、白い人間世界のマスにまで自由に侵食できるようになった。
No. Okay.
その通り。どなたわらわの眷属である黄金の蝶たちが存在するマスのことを魔女幻想と呼ぶ。観測者なき非現実と仮定して否定してきたのだろう。知っておるぞ。だからこそわらわはこうしてとうとう白きマスへ降臨した。安心しろよ。黄金の蝶もヤギたちも悪魔も魔女も後でいっぱい呼んでやるぜ。
Okay.
そなたが望むならわらわの黄金鏡へ招待して、そこで何でも願いを叶えてやろうぜ。
But that would be admitting it witches.
どうや
Did
ら
my boy do
この
that?
島のチェス盤はインク壺でもぶっかけちまったみたいだな。
なるほど、それも愉快な表現よ。すぐにそなたもそのインクに染まるぞ。やがては真っ黒に染まる、必ず黒き金になる。そなたは今インクの海に溺れる哀れな存在であるの。
いいや違う。島がてめえのインク壺で全て真っ黒に染まっちまったことは認めるが、白いマスはまだ残ってるぞ。
ほう、どこ？
俺の足の裏にだぞ。お前の魔法のインクが島中を覆い尽くそうと、俺が踏みしめる足の裏までは覆えない。
Wow, dude, defiant to the very end.
に染まろうと、俺は俺だ。白いマスをこうして踏みしめて立っている。
Wow, man. It's strange. Until a second ago, I was trembling all over. But now that she's appeared openly right before my eyes like this, my terror has actually lessened. It's funny. Ghosts are more terrifying when you can only sense them. When you can see them and they have a face you can plant your fist into, there's nothing scary about it. Right, because he knows he can do something now. However, she's definitely not a funny or a friendly person. She can kill me instantly while rolling around giggling just by snapping a finger. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying at me or underlings showing up to shoot me, it doesn't matter. In any case, whether this is fantasy or mystery, that queen is in a position where she can kill me just by snapping her fingers. I see. So this is the meaning of the queen of this island, who reigns over both the white and black squares.
さあ、この雨の中、そなたが風邪をひくまで待つのも面白い。そろそろ本題に入る。そこに箱があるのか。そなたへのテストはその中に入る。
Right. Let's get down to business. Down to
待
business.
ちな。俺はもう今さら次期当主が誰かなんてくだらねえゲーム俺のゲームはクソジジイとお前とみんなを殺した奴ら全員にそれぞれ顔面パンチを
There
ぶ
we
ち込む
go,
ことだ。
bitch. That's right. We gonna load up on that punch too. We gonna go to the side and then bam, full rotation of the body, bitch.
わらわのこのバルコニーまで空を飛び上がってくるというのか。それはよい、それはよい。ならばほら、早く来いよ。ほらほら、パンパン。
They're trying to make fun of my
絶対安全な場所
boy.
に嫌がるからって余裕ぶっこきやがって。今からそこに行くぞ。首を洗って待ってやがれ。
ダメダメ。鍵がかかっている。もちろん窓もすべて鎧戸を下ろしてある。そなたが短期で切り込めるほどわらわの城は脆くはない。
I tried to kick the door. No, I tried the front door anyway, just in case. But yup, it really was locked. When I looked around, I noticed that indeed the shutters were closed on the windows. Normally, they wouldn't be. Huh.
用意周到なやつだぜ。鍵はどこだ？
Goda-san and Kumasawa-san probably have master keys, but they're in the locked room of the gardening storehouse. I can only give up for now.
くそ。やつもバカじゃねえってか。
Yes, they killed themselves. By the way, I'm just gonna say that they killed
そ
themselves.
んなにわらわのすぐ隣に来たいのか。いいぞ。そなたがテストに見事合格できたら謁見を許そうではないか。合格ということはそなたこそが次期当主、そしてわらわの次なる主。わらわの肉体も魂もどう扱おうとそなたの自由よ。わらわは所詮は後ろ宮家の家具なのだから。
どうやらテストってやつをどうしてもやらせたいらしいな。いいぜ、受けて立ってやら。合格したら最初のご褒美はてめえに顔面パンチだぜ。
それは怖い怖い。だが暴力に支配されるのも嫌いではないぞ。
What?
わらわの頭をこうわしづかみにして普通に表情を歪めさせ、鷹がその爪で獲物を引き裂きかきむしるようにわらわを蹂躙してくれよ。
Is she a masochist?
ああ、若き日の金蔵をもう一度思い出させておくれ。
I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to think of this.
わらわにこの1000年の生涯でただ一度支配さ屈服し家具に落ちる喜びを教えてくれたあの日のことを思い出させてくれよ。
So she really does like being bossed around.
酔っ払いね。拉致が開かね。
Damn right. Ignoring the stupidly smiling witch, I picked up the
そう
box.
だ、それを開け。中に手紙がある。それを読むのだ。
She likes to fight for dominance. I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. Apparently, it really had originally been a cigar case. There was no cigarettes or cigars inside. Instead, there was a Western envelope with a one-winged eagle crest. When And when I opened that too, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed she was waiting in anticipation to see what kind of reaction I'd have to the contents. Damn it, I'll show her. Its contents were like this. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice your life. Blank's life. Everyone else's lives. If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost.
なんだこりゃ。
Choose Blank's life? I mean, shit.
随分と物騒なことが書かれてるぞ。それより2番目が空欄になってて、誰の命か分かりゃしね
うんその2番にそのものの最も愛する者の名が入る。ジェシカのテストにはカノンの、ジョージのテストにはシャノンの名が入る。
Well, this is a pretty fucking easy name. Easy test.
彼らについては思い人がはっきりしていたから、あらかじめ名前を記入してやれもしたが、そなたの思い人をわらわは知らん。だから誰の名を書けばいいやらわからず、空欄とさせてもらう。
Well, the fucking test is easy as shit,
そいつ
bitch.
はちょうどいいや。愛してるぜベアトリーチェ。
Okay.
お前の名前をここに突っ込んで。だから俺が選ぶ選択肢は2番だ。
Yes.
これでいいか？
Yes.
おいおい、茶化すな茶化すな。なあ、頼むよバトラー。
No, 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 bitch. We're gonna
お
do it,
前
and it's
の
gonna be
思い
like
人の
that.
名をわらわに教えてくれよ。
Why's she making that fucking
じゃない
voice?
とテストにならぬではないか。
悪いな。俺に特定の女はいねえぜ。仮にいたって。誰がお前なんぞに話すもんか。
Right.
そういうことではこのテストはそなたに成立せぬ。残念残念。そなたの思い人がどのような女か好みくらいは気になったのだがな。
俺が黒髪長髪のまな板少女がいいって言ったらどうするよ。
Young flat-chested girl. So that the fucking was it Satan, I think, or
お前とは
Lucifer?
一つも一致しねえぜ。
嘘をつけ、このおっぱいソムリエが。金髪のダイナマイトバディがいいんだろ。
Damn,
ま
okay.
さに理想の体現ではないか。
How would she know?
お前の3サイズを当てるの
Damn,
が
dynamite
次期
bot.
投手のテストだってんなら喜んで挑戦してやるぜ。
そうそう、次期投手のテストであったな。そなたと喋るのが楽しくてついついさっきから脱線してしまうわ。
You're just like fucking with my boy.
それでは次期投手のテストを始める。そなたに後宮家次期投手としての資格があるかどうかを問う。
Who gives a fuck about being the fucking family? Like, what's so good about being the family
心
head?
して答えるがよい。
The witch, who had been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago, suddenly regained her gravitas. Her gravitas. That means seriousness for everyone who doesn't know. I know a little bit. She looked as though she truly had stepped out of that imposing portrait. I mean, if she really is a
我こ
witch.
そは後宮家顧問錬金術師、黄金の魔女にして無限の魔女、ベアトリーチェ。
I would imagine she's able to control if she's sober or not pretty easily.
後宮家の家督と我が黄金のすべてを継承する資格があるかどうか、それをわらわが問う。
What
そなたの
qualifications?
名を名乗るがよい。
後宮バト
We're so zoomed into them. Under that majestic gaze, unimaginable from her manner a short while ago, I answered without any hesitation. She truly was, yes indeed. In the truest sense, she was that worthy of calling herself the queen of this island.
よろしい。後宮バトラよ。しかしそなたはその後宮の名をこの6年捨てたである。それはなぜか。
ソ親父に愛想が尽きたからさ。
Yes.
知っている。父親の再婚がそなたの敬愛する母親の死を冒涜したように感じたからであろう。なるほど。新しき母はそなたと何の血のつながりもない。そなたがその母を受け入れられぬ気持ちはわからぬでもない。しかし父親が誰と再婚しようともそなたとの血のつながりは変わらぬのではないか。
Obviously.
何が言いてえ。
父親
Yeah,
の
why
再
even bring
婚
that
に
up?
反対するという父親を独占したいがゆえのそなたの幼稚も多少の理解はしよう。しかしそれに反抗するために後ろ宮の名を捨てる家と血に対する冒涜ではないのか。そなたは後ろ宮に生まれ育まれてきたのではないか。その恩を忘れ後ろ宮の名を捨てる資格がそなたにあったというのか。
Wow, okay.
お前には関係ねえ。俺と親父の問題だ。
後ろ宮の名はお前と父親だけのものではない。お前は知らぬ女に父親を奪われることを許せず反抗しただけの幼稚だ。後ろ宮家の席を捨て去ったこの6年間そなたが後ろ宮家に泥を塗りし短からぬ年月
Why do you care,
その罪
bitch?
深きを知るがいい。
幼稚で悪かったな。
しかし
He has his own fucking
祖
reasons.
父母の死を境とはいえよくぞ後ろ宮に席を戻した。よってその罪を自ら見そぐ機会をそなたに与えよう。
The Ushiromiya name is so fucking so good.
今
You
こ
gotta
そそ
fucking
なた
chew him out for this?
6年前の罪をあがなう
What
時
do you mean?
さあ思い出してごらんなさい。それを思い出し告白し懺悔せよ。
Oh, this is so ridiculous, man.
わらわがそなたに与えるテストである。
At that moment, a massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind go blank. Oh, are we gonna see more of his backstory
懺
then?
悔せよってなんだよ。
Yes, he doesn't have any feelings of
謝れっ
regret.
て言いたいのかよ。
もうテストは始まっているぞ。そなたの好きに考えるがよい。
There were no signs from the witch's expression that she was sneering at a person unable to answer the tough question thrust upon them. She was earnestly asking something of him, and he could even feel a quiet determination. Even as the rain beat upon him, Battler could not shift his eyes from her gaze. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rain, so that the rain would fall on her until Battler answered that question. She had chosen to join him, allowing the rain to beat down on her as well until he reached an answer. For some reason, Battler could tell that, but even so, he didn't understand.
いや、まあそれを言われりゃ幼稚だったとは思うぜ。何のかんの言ったって親父に育ててもらった恩は親父が再婚したからってチャラになるもんじゃねえ。親父は養育費は常に送り続けてくれたそうだし、
Really? That's, well, I mean, that's expected.
参加したいと言っててくれたそうだ。それを俺が絶対に来させるなとじいちゃんたちに言ってたから。
Oh, he was that angry then.
確かにそりゃ俺の幼稚な反抗だったとバッサリ言われりゃそれまでだぜ。いやでもよ、ならよ、おふくろの後ろ宮アスモの無念は誰が晴らすんだ。おふくろはあんなにも献身的に俺たち家族に尽くし頑張ってくれたんだぜ。なのに親父はキリエさんと浮気もしていた。
Was he actually cheating?
園児を身ごもらせてさえいた。それで 出産に合わせて駆け込むかのように籍を入れたんだ。それがおふくろへの裏切りでなくて何なんだよ。おふくろの無念は誰が晴らすんだよ。だがお前の言う通りでもあるさ。浮気は事実でも俺を育ててくれた恩は確かにあった。
Owed him what? He's the one who chose to fucking have you.
なら
It's the responsibility he bears.
俺が家を出ていくというので十分問題ねえじゃねえかよ。そうさ、俺にはおふくろの代わりに親父をぶん殴る権利が、いや義務があったはずなんだぜ。それを俺は許した。何も言わずに出て行って初めから俺なんていなかったことにしてやった。親父も俺のことなんか忘れてキリエさんやエンジェと新しい家族を始めた。それで丸く収まってるじゃねえか。
But 6 years passed after that. Time healed the anger. Kirie-san understood my anger as well, and she tried hard to interact with me despite that and soften my heart. Angie didn't know anything about the situation, and she adored me, believing that I was her real big brother who just lived in a separate house. As for Dad, who was acting like nothing had happened, and told me I could come home anytime I wanted. Yeah.
だんだんバカらしくなってきたんだよ。そろそろ俺も頭を冷やしてもいいかなって思ったんだ。だから俺は親父が謝ったら全部水に流すと言ってやったんだ。じいちゃんの葬式の日に。そしたらあいつ本当に畳に両手をついて詫びやがったよ。
Oh, he did?
信じらんねえくらいに情けない格好だった。あの格好つけた親父が本気で頭を下げやがったんだぜ。それを見たらなんだかもうバカらしくなっちまった。きっとおふくろもそう思っただろうぜ。おふくろは俺と親父が喧嘩をするといつも笑いながら仲裁してくれて、なんだそんなくだらないことで喧嘩をしていたのと笑ってくれた。俺はおふくろがそう言って笑っているのを感じたんだよ。だから許すとまでは言えなかったけど、もう一度ゼロから始めてもいいかなって思ったんだよ。それで6年前に全てを巻き戻すことにした。それで後ろ宮家に席を戻したんだよ。俺も6年間泣き怒り悩み抜いた。ひょっとするとそれは親父もそうだったろうし、死んだおふくろもそうだったかもしれない。あるいはキリエさんやエンジェもそうだったかもしれない。だからゼロに戻し後ろ宮バトラに戻ったんだ。それは俺たち家族の問題であって、後ろ宮家とかそんなのは何も関係ねえ。それを罪だと断じる資格はお前にないし、それをお前に懺悔する義務も俺にはない。もしそれを本当にすべき相手がいたとしたら、それはお前がもう全員殺した。だから俺は何も謝らない、懺悔しない。それが俺のこのテストへの答えだ。
Wow. Okay. I feel like that's gonna be an acceptable answer, because the thing that I'm getting that they like the most out of the thing that they really want is someone with the balls to do what they want. Have the balls to say, to do something, that determination, that's what they want.
何？
That's what Ginzo and I think Beatrice wants. I had pretty much fully responded to her provocation, and I was sure that I'd vented out all the stuff that I'd been keeping inside my chest, stuff I hadn't wanted to show anyone. That was what the witch had supposedly been hoping for too. And yet, the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I had been sure she would start cackling and guffawing, sneering at my childish, foolish, and shameful past. But to the contrary, I could feel a sense of shock about her. Something you could almost call disappointment.
それだけも何も 俺は洗いざらいをぶちまけたぜ。何が不満なんだよ。
まだ罪の清算が足りぬ。
清算
Tone.
なんだよ。親父みたいにここに土下座して謝れってのかよ。
違う。お前たち家族のお前の家での話になど興味はない。ここはどこだ。六軒島だ。後宮本家の本宅である。この場所にふさわしいそなたの思い出すべき罪があるのではないか。
他に俺に罪があるってのかよ。
思い出す。後宮バトル。
What the fuck is he talking about?
それを思い出せぬことがそなたの罪だからこそ許そう。それを思い出せたなら許そう。それを思い出すことがそなたへの贖罪のテストである。
思い出せって言われてもよ。
思い出せ。だからこそ
Oh, now we're here?
悪いがベアト、俺には身に覚えがさっぱりだ。なんだか6年前の俺がお前に迷惑をかけたみたいな雰囲気だが、俺はお前とは今回の親族会議が初対面のはず。確かにお前の伝説は6年前の当時にも存在していたが、俺との面識は当時にはなかったはずだ。
無論である。6年前の六軒島においてわらわはまだ権限していない。
なら俺に何の罪があるってんだ。俺にお前に対する罪が何かあるってのか。
同じことを二度言わせるな。わらわは6年前には権限しておらぬ。そなたと面識などあろうはずもない。そなたという世界において存在しないも同じだ。
Wait, is that what she wants him to apologize for? Not believing? Beato's cold eyes felt as though they were accusing me of some kind of sin. It felt on the face of it as though she was still holding a grudge for some way I'd treated her and was criticizing me for it. Right, is that what she's talking about? The fact that he didn't believe in her and magic? No, that can't be it, right? However, I obviously couldn't remember doing anything like that to her, and Beto had said so herself. There was no link between us 6 years ago. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for me. Damn, bitch, she said it in red.
ヒントくらい出せよ。その罪とやらば俺とお前に関係がある。
わらわは6年前にはそなたと縁がない。わらわのことはいい加減に考えから外せというの。なぜわらわへの罪だと思う。
お前の
ほう。
お前の目がさ、わびろって俺に囁いてくるんだよ。だが俺はお前なんか6年前に縁はねえし。本当なのか。本当に俺とお前の問題ではないのか。
違うというのにわらわとそなたの問題など全く関係ないわ。
だがよ、お前の目がそうだと言ってるんだよ。だから俺にはさっぱりわからねえ。赤で言えるが、お前が思い出すと言っている罪が俺とお前の間のものではないと宣言できる。
Did she just say that? Well, she didn't say it. I read it, but
よかろう。
the sin I am now demanding that you remember is not between Ushinomiya Battler and Beatrice. But she didn't say it out loud. I'm the one who read it.
なぜそんな目で俺を見る。
Her mouth ain't moving.
わからぬ。わらわはそなたをこうして淡々と見つめているだけだ。それをそなたがそう感じるというのならば、それはそなたにそう感じる何かがあるのではないか。
What the fuck?
何の罪があるってんだ。
後ろ宮バトラーには罪がある。
Really?
どんな罪だってんだ。どうせ叩いたとかごまかしたとかくだらねえ罪だろ。
そなたの罪で人が死ぬ。
Okay.
嘘つ
So you're telling my boy was responsible for a murder 6
俺
years
は誰
ago?
も殺してなんかいない。じゃあ言えよ。俺が誰を殺した？いつ？誰を？どうやって？
Was it his mom?
そなたの罪によりこの島の人間が大勢死ぬ。誰も逃さずすべて死ぬ。
What the fuck?
はあ？何をわけわかんねえこと言ってんだ。俺がみんなを殺したって言うのかよ。俺は殺人鬼か？
そなたが直接手を下すわけではない。しかしそなたが罪を犯したからこそ6年にもわたる歯車の狂いにて歪みが生じ、今夜これだけの人命が失われる。
My boy is responsible for this entire game happening? Did I get it right? Is it because he doesn't believe? No, maybe he did just like how Shannon broke a mirror or something, right? For Beatrice, maybe he did something that started her to manifest, because she did manifest 6 years ago. It's up until now she's here. So
そなたはこの惨劇の原因の一つである。
one of the causes. So there's multiple causes, multiple things that made all this Rokkenjima of 1986 happen. Okay.
いい加減にしろ。俺が原因だ。じゃあなんだ。俺が6年前に後ろ宮の席を捨てたから13人が死んだってのか。俺が6年ぶりに後ろ宮家に帰ってきたから13人が死んだってのか。
That's silly.
ふざけるな。いい加減にしろ。俺はこの6年間最も後ろ宮家から遠ざかっていた男だぜ。
Right.
その俺が何に何のどんな影響を与えたってんだ。俺だって好きで親族会議に来たわけじゃねえぞ。6年ぶりによりを戻したからこれまでの期間のけじめってことでしぶしぶと六軒島まで来たんじゃねえか。別に俺は今日ここへ来る義理なんてなかったんだ。その俺が帰ってきてそれが理由で惨劇が起こった。じゃあなんだ。俺が帰ってこなければ誰も死なずに済んだってのか。赤で言えよ。俺がもし帰ってこなかったらこのおかしな殺人事件は起こらなかったと赤で言えるのかよ。
Is my boy the killer?
言えるわけねえさ。お前が全ての犯人なんだからな。苦笑要求。
Oh, now he's saying that.
も
Okay.
しも六軒島に戻ってこなかったら事件は起こらなかった。
The deaths, not the crime. The deaths.
言えねえだろ。言えやしないのさ。犯人はお前なんだ。
Dude, if she says that shit, what the fuck would that
勝
mean?
手にその責任を俺になすりつけるんじゃねえ。
Besides that, remember how my boy Battler had the blue? He hasn't used that fucking once. What was the point of that shit?
答えろよ。赤で苦笑してみろってんだ。できやしない。事件に俺の存在なんか関係ないのさ。わけのわかんねえことを言って俺を混乱させるんじゃねえ。
I began to remember that the raindrops pounding down were cold. The rain earlier had just hurt, but now it felt a tormenting cold from those raindrops. She looks kind of cute up there.
何も思い出すことはないのか。
悪いが俺にはさっぱり心当たりがねえ。
If my boy Battle don't have a clue, then I sure as hell don't have a fucking clue. Oh my god, she's so fucking angry.
おい、俺は少しイラつき始めてんだぜ。
Looks like she's getting a little pissed off too.
言いたいことがあるなら言えよ。俺に恨みがあるなら堂々と言えばいい。思い出せなんていやらしい言い方をするんじゃねえ。
もう一度聞く。何も罪思い出せぬか。
Huh.
ああ、何にも思い出せねえな。
What is she gonna do?
何も思い出せぬというか、これにて未練は尽きたか。
Is she saying that to her? Wait a minute. Why does it look like she's kind of happy that he didn't remember anything?
望みなき賭けも賭けねば未練が残ろう。それでよいのだ。賭けることに意味がある。そうかもしれぬな。ならばこれにてわらわの未練もゲームも終わりだ。そなたはどうする？さあな。わらわはもう何の興味もない。すまぬがわらわはこれにてゲーム版を降りさせてもらいたい。
What does that mean?
そうか、わかった。後のゲームはわらわが引き継ぐ。
What the hell is going, dude? It keeps getting... So there's two Beatrices?
そなたは休め。
Okay, so this is the Beatrice in the witch's world, right? And this is the one over here in Rokkenjima? Because she's dressed like her, and I'm guessing this is her mind. What the
後のことはすべてわらわが終わらせ、そなたはすべてを忘れて枕に顔をうずめる。羽の布団はそなたをすべてから優しく守ってくれる。後片付けを。
What in the actual fucking shit?
任せよ。後のことはすべて任せ。眠れ。
The witch who had questioned Battler hid her... Okay, let me read this. The witch who had questioned Battler hid herself. So this bitch back here, the one that's on top of the fucking whatever. And the other witch who had appeared from behind remained. So this one, she's behind Battler right now. She was certainly identical, the same witch, but her expression was somehow indifferent and ice cold. A far cry from the other one before, who, though apparently drunk, had at least been in high spirits. Not anymore though.
おい、聞いてるのか？テストとやらはもう十分だろ。合格だろうと不合格だろうとどうでもいいぜ。
Yeah, she does look really... I mean, look at her. She looks really bored.
お前の横っ面をぶん殴ってやらなきゃ気が済まねえ。降りてきやがれ。さもなきゃここの扉を開けやがれ。
The witch said nothing back. Her eyes were as ice cold as Battler's shoulders. She was clearly a different person from the one who had first appeared on the balcony. The witch looked hard into my eyes and gave two small shakes of the head. Even without words, I was able to gather that she was expressing some kind of disappointment. Without saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Battler remained, the cold rain still beating down on him. Cheering? The study was in the middle of a lively party. Oh, it seemed that Gap was making fun of Virgilia, teasing her over some stupid triviality. They were splitting Leah, Gap, at each other. Ginzo and Renov had opened a new bottle and were enjoying the show.
おお、戻ったか。どうであったか、バトラのテストの結果は。マリアのテストは文句なしに合格点であったぞ。あやつを小娘とわしは長いこと侮っていたが。
Wow, that's okay.
これはどうしていやはやなかなか。
It seemed like Ginzo was dead drunk. He laughed towards Beato with the same level of excitation as the time they'd left for the tests. However, Renova and Virgilia instantly noticed the change in her enthusiasm. Gap also froze her expression and went silent.
どうしたベアトリーチェよ、我が最愛の魔女よ。酒が足りぬか、魚が足りぬか。土砂降りを浴びながら牛でも丸焼きにしようか。おお、悪くない。ロノウェ、早速準備をせよ。ベアトリーチェよ、バトラのテスト結果は後だ。まずはスペアリブで乾杯といこうではないか。
お前が丸焼きになるがよい。
何？
As Kinzo doubled over laughing in a great mood, the witch who had spoken bluntly passed him coldly by. Then, behind the witch's back, the old summoner's body suddenly went up in flames. Oh, this again. While spitting crimson flames from his eyes, mouth, nose, every hole on his body, Ginzo rolled around. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except Ginzo. Ginzo didn't have a clue what was going on. He rolled around, unable to understand why Beatrice, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold. The dancing silhouettes of witches and demons created by that massive rolling torch looked like a group of excited spectators around a burning at the stake. However, the eyes of the demon watching over it were indifferent. When Ginzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain.
今日の寒さ、その邪魔な燃えかすを片付けよ。
Beatrice's expression was unbelievably apathetic. There was an iciness there that told the others that they risked the same fate as Ginzo if they annoyed her.
私が片付けるわ。
Gap made a jet black pitfall, swallowed up Ginzo's cinders. If she hadn't carried that out quickly, Gap might also have been burned. You could feel that thirst for blood. No, a thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like humans don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant while walking. That was how much, unconsciously and mercilessly, Beato was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate to bury a passerby.
どうしたのです、ベアト。答えたくない。いや、答えるのも。どうしたのよ、らしくもなく。何かあったの？バト
She
ラが
just
何
said
か
so. Beatrice hadn't even responded. It seemed that she had even ignored it. But there was a change in Gap. From her feet, a cracking sound rose like thin ice breaking, and in an instant turned Gap into a glass sculpture.
しばらく消える。大変に不機嫌。
Beatrice spoke in a truly cold voice, which froze the heart just to hear it.
かしこまりました。それでは私どもはこれでおいとまさせていただきます。何かございましたらいつでもお呼びを。
After a single bow, Renault turned into a cloud of gold butterflies and hid himself. Wow. Virgilia turned Gab from a sculpture into a group of gold butterflies, and then turned into a cloud of them herself, which mixed in with the others and disappeared. So what is up with why did she get so angry? Because Battler didn't remember whatever fucking sin? In the study, made untidy by drinking, Beatrice stood still alone. Since the time she had returned, her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. However, when she saw the fallen empty wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, her brow furrowed, and she looked a bit displeased. And when she whispered, "Disappear," in that instant, the room flashed and was tidy again, as though nothing had ever happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged, and there was no wine or cheese. There was no stains where things had been spilled, nor was there any scattered trash. To the contrary, even the air had frozen over, and enough to make one doubt whether so many noisy people really had been in this room until just a moment ago. The study had returned to total silence. In that silent, frigid study, where even the air had frozen, Beatrice stood still. Then she called him in a mutter.
バトラ、いるか？
さっきからいるぜ。何なんだ一体お前は。さっきから変だぜ。
変に見えるか？それはすまぬな。
あれだけ上機嫌に酒を酌み交わしていたクソジジイをいきなり焼き捨て。お前の友人の悪魔女も、ガラスの彫像、悪魔の執事もお師匠も、消えろの一言でさっさと出てけだ。お前、どんだけ気まぐれで
I'm kind of fine with her burning Ginzo up.
バトラ、もうやめた。
何を？
わらわはもう、
はあ？そりゃまあ、お前が追っ始めたゲームだぜ。飽きてくれて助かるってもんさ。つまるところ、投了ってわけだな。
投了などではない。ただ終わるだけだ。いや、終わりもしない。このままゲームだ。永遠に放棄されるだけだ。
そういうのを投了って言うんじゃねえのかよ。
Right. Yeah, you could put you could she's trying to manipulate the wording.
いや、飽きて放り出すって言葉がお前にはぴったりだな。
その通りだ。飽きたから放り出す。あとは知らぬ。そのまま放置されて好きに埃でもかぶればいい。
お前どうしたんだ？なんだかさっきからやりにくいぜ。まださっきのわけのわかんねえテストのことで俺に恨みがあるならはっきり言えばいいじゃねえか。お前は赤で自分とは関係ないなんて言ってみせたが、どうせ言葉遊びだろ。お前の顔に書いてあるぜ。俺を恨んでるってな。
お前に恨みなどないと何度言えばわかるのか。わらわはそなたが罪を残したその当時に存在しておらぬ。
As Beato spoke with an irritated expression, her face twisted to look even more displeased, fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded and cruel. But even so, she had never shown an expression as strange as this one once before now.
お前がかけてきたゲームだ。俺も決着がつかねえのは残念だが、気が向いたらぜひまた誘ってくれよな。そん時は謹んでご辞退させてもらうけどよ。
So the game, there's no way they're over. I'm not freaking out because there's no way they're over. He intentionally spoke in a teasing kind of tone, but Beato showed no reaction. Battler hung his head and clicked his tongue.
何度も何度も10月4日と5日をぐるぐる過ごしたわけだが、ようやくこれでお役御免だな。これであさってには船が来る。そうさ。そして船着き場には 海猫も戻ってくる。俺はようやく六軒島名物のあのニャーニャーいう鳴き声を聞けるわけだ。何しろ島に来た時は天気のせいか全然いなかったからな。海猫の鳴く頃に全ては終わるってわけだ。終わり終わり、おしまいおしまい、せいせいすら。
何をそなたは勘違いしておるのか。
何をだって。
何も終わらぬと、これにて全ては放置される。ゲームは忘れられ、盤上の駒はそのままに放置される。進みも戻りも取りも取られもしない。勝ちもなく負けもなく引き分けすらもない。ただ放置されるのだ。
つまりはおしまいってことだろ。
違う。わらわの手番にて永遠にゲームが止まる。そなたの番は来ない。だから勝ちも負けも引き分けもない。
What are you trying to get at, girl?
かつてのわらはそなたにそうされるわけにはいかなかった。そなたに勝つという目的があったからだ。しかしそれに興味を失った。だからこれ以上手番を進める意味がもう何もない。
俺に手番が来ないというのは。
I thought that Beato getting tired of the game meant I'd be released and I'd be able to escape Rokenjima. But for some reason, the meaning of Beato's repeated words about the difference between abandoning the game and settling it was starting to bother me. Just what has she been saying and why the bad mood? Suddenly, I heard a voice from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might or might not remember from somewhere. A mysterious girl with no light in her eyes was standing there. Angie?
その子が言っているのはこういう意味よ。
My fucking girl.
このゲームが駒をそのままに蓋を閉じられるということ。ゲームは終わらないまま永遠に留め置かれる。あんたが元の世界へ戻ることのできる唯一の方法は
That is what I was
勝利するこ
wondering.
とだけ。
I was wondering what. Okay, she said she quits, or now she doesn't quit, but she gives up. Whatever. What is gonna happen to my boy?
つまりベアトがゲームを放棄しちゃうってことはわかる？
Suddenly, in another place, there was a girl wearing a bright pink dress. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere too, but I couldn't remember. What do you mean? Is my boy just gonna sit here for all eternity? More important was the meaning of the words she said. The game being abandoned means, huh?
そういうことよ。勝負は敵味方が揃わなきゃ決着しない。あなたにはもう永遠に勝利してこの世界から抜け出すことができないということ。
So my boy is just gonna be in this Rokenjima for all. He's just gonna sit here for all eternity.
さしずめ、あなたを閉じ込めた檻の鍵を鳩の首輪にでもくくりつけて飛ばしてしまうようなものかしら。冗談じゃないわ、ベアト。そんなつまらないゲームを見に私たちははるばるここまで来たわけじゃないのよ。これでゲームをお開きなんて冗談じゃないわ。ラムダに同じよ。私はバトラーを勝利させ、あなたを敗北させてのたうち回らせるためにやってきたのよ。
Yes,
まだ
Vern
そ
is
の
with
目
us.
的を達していない。こんなところでゲーム放棄されて逃げ出されたんじゃたまらないわ。強羅を失望させるゲームの幕切れとなったことは認めよう。しかしこの茶会のホストたるわらわは何しろ気まぐれ。今日が覚めればもてなす術など知らぬ。もとよりそれがわらわの魔女たるゆえんのはず。何も問題はなかろう。
Wow. So she's just sticking it up to them?
確かにあなたの教義には反しないわ。
私は認めないわよ。ふざけんじゃないわよ。あんたにどんだけ肩入れしたと思ってんのよ。ここまでお膳立てさせて、これではいおしまい。ふざけんじゃないわよ。
わらわは飽きたとそう言っている。それ以上も以下もない。
そうはいかないわよ。あんたにはこのゲームを続けてもらうわ。バトラーに勝利したいんでしょ。勝って屈服させたいんでしょ。もう一息じゃない。ね
え。そこで俺に振るんじゃねえ。ただ、俺にも意見はある。
What is...
言わせてくれ。
Okay.
何？
こいつは、お前に売られた喧嘩だ。
Right, she did.
俺はお前とはっきり白黒をつける覚悟がある。
This all started because of her.
屈服しかけたが、途中で逃げ出して、勝負をうやむやにして逃げるつもりだけはさらさらねえ。俺がここにいて、戦う意志を見せている以上、逃げるんじゃねえ。ベアトリーチェ。
同感だわ。
Oh! I completely
バ
forgot
トラー
about
を
her.
巻き込んでおいて勝ちも負けも与えずに立ち去るなんて無責任にも程がある。
Suddenly, even Gretel was there. And everyone was criticizing Beato for being irresponsible.
ほう。
Everybody's
どう
talking
や
shit
ら
to
わらわ
her.
が無責任だと罵られる最大の理由はバトラが対戦相手としてとどまっているからということらしい。ならばバトラ、お前もまたわらわと同様に対戦相手を降りてくれぬ。それでならわらわは批判されることもない。
俺が降りると、六軒島を出られるのか？
出られるわけもなかろう。
Then what's the point?
勝手に誇りを浴びて肩にでも積もらせよ。
ふざけないで。なんて無責任な人なの。あんたはこれだけ大勢の人間を殺した。しかも魔女の力によって何度も何度もむごたらしい殺し方でその責任を取らず逃げ出すなんて絶対に許せない。
責任。ほう。わらわはどのようにしてその責任とやらを取ればいいのか。
決着をつけるまで戦いなさい。バトラーは正面の席に座りあなたに打ち勝つまで決して諦めずに戦う。だからあなたも任されるまで戦いなさい。それが嫌ならバトラーを任せてみせなさい。許さない。すべてをうやむやにしてバトラーをこの席に放り出して永遠に閉じ込めて返さないなんて許さない。
グレーテル。
To be perfectly honest, I didn't really understand from what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me. But in her words, I could feel a strong determination to save me from this crazy game world no matter what. So I also responded to
ベアト、
that.
こっちを向け。
Look at that face.
俺はここにいる。お前の正面のライバルの席だ。わかるな。
What is this fucking sin again? That he supposedly made when he was like, what, 11?
俺がここに座り続ける限り、お前に逃げはだから逃げるな。戦え。お前が始めた戦いだろうが、これだけ何度も何度も上等を決めやがって、すっちゃかめっちゃかにやってくれたんだ。今さら飽きたで終わらせられるかよ。俺はお前の対戦相手だ。俺がここにある限り逃げるなんて許さねえぞ。聞いてるのか、この無責任魔女め。なんとか言ってみろってんだ。
After I yelled at her, Beato went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her, or whether she was still thinking about something completely different, I couldn't tell. But for a while, she was silent, gazing at me with an expression I could read no emotion from. And when she realized that I noticed, she averted her gaze. Then she turned her back to me and said this. Okay, what is she gonna say? Is it gonna
バ
be
ト
a
ラーが対
bombshell?
戦相手をやめてくれぬ以上、このゲームを放棄することは認められぬと。
Oh, you're gonna...
ならば問おう。
You're gonna make him quit?
そもそもそこにいる男にわらわの対戦相手たる資格があるのかどうか。
Bitch, you're the one who fucking started this in the first place, you dumbass!
資格？
What does that even matter?
当然さっきのテストとやらのことだぜ。
何をする気？
あんたまさか。
これよりそなたにわらわの対戦相手たる資格があるかどうか。
Bitch,
そ
you're
れ
the-
を問う。
This is so fucking stupid because the reason we're fighting in the first place is because she already deemed me worthy. The reason we're here is because of you. And now you're gonna throw a fit?
よいかバトル。その資格が認められればわらわは席にとどまりゲームを続けよう。
Listen, if it's gonna be this stupid ass whatever he did when he was fucking
勝敗の
8
決
years
着が
old.
つくまで永遠に戦い続けることを約束しよう。
Look at her, she's getting sucked in. She's smiling.
俺にはもとよりその覚悟はあるぜ。
しかしその資格がなかったならそなたは消えよ。
What?
対戦相手が消えればゲームもない。わらわは堂々とここを立ち去れる。今日らもよろしいか。口出しは無用。
どうぞお好きなように。
バトラー、あんたしっかり答えるのよ。
資格があるからこそ俺はここにいるんだろ。
Yeah.
何も怯えることなんざねえぜ。
Oh, Gretel.
まさか。
Gretel grew suddenly pale. I thought her to be the calm, collective type, so her expression surprised me.
それではバトル。赤で復唱してもらおう。
お、俺に復唱要求ってか。俺のお箱を奪いやがって。しかし、赤き真実って俺でもできるのか？どうやるんだ？
そうだと念じればできるわよ。簡単よ。
俺の名は後宮バトラ。おお、こりゃ面白えや。
No motherfucking way. Okay.
やめて！あんたの狙いは読めてるわ。でもそれはやめて。彼は
When Gretel yelled, Beato glared at her. Then her form was wiped away in an instant.
うるさい。そなたはしばらく席を外せる。今日らもであるぞ。口出しをするならば容赦する。
邪魔はしないの。どうぞご自由。
ベル、まずいでしょうが。あいつ消す気よ、バトラを。
なんだと？あいつ何を企んでやがる。
それでは資格を問うぞ。面白いな。
So she wants to win that
普
fucking
段のゲ
badly.
ームが攻守が逆になった。これは最後の最後でとても貴重な体験だ。よいか、心してまずは聞け。まずはわらわが赤で語る。
Okay. Okay, let's see.
わらわは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチ。そして後宮金蔵の孫後宮バトラと戦うため
Okay.
に
Right, she
この
she
ゲームを開催し
Yes, yes.
そんなことは知ってるぜ。
That much is clear, we know that.
だからなんだ？
復唱要求。後宮バトラの母後宮アスムである。
はあ？そこでなんでお袋の名が出てくるんだよ。
That's a little bit of an odd thing to say, but what is she trying to get at? Is his mom not Asuma?
無駄口はいらぬ。ただ赤で復唱せよ。
Beto urged me with the same indifferent tone, but I don't have a clue what she's trying to do. I've done absolutely nothing wrong that I'd hate to be confronted with, and there's nothing that I'm hiding. There's nothing she could demand from me to repeat that would cause me any trouble. So why something like
いい
this?
ぜ復唱する
Obviously, it's gonna benefit her in some. There's no way she would. There's no way something this trivial, meaningless. There's no way she would bring that up. So what is he trying to get at?
後宮バトラの母は後宮アスムである赤便利だな戸籍標本を持ってくる面倒もね
無駄口はいらぬ続けるぞそなたの名は後宮バトラ
He just said that.
おう俺の名は後宮バトラだ
What is she trying to get like pick apart like her name is Ushiromiya Asumu, but her original name was Asumu, whatever the fuck the other name would be, right? Is she trying to like
後宮バトラは後宮アスムから生まれた
is that what she's I feel like she's probably trying to like the wordplay. She's trying to like mentally gymnastic that shit for some fucking reason.
後宮バトラは後宮アスムから生まれた
そなたは後宮アスムから生まれた
Dude, I'm looking at the fucking names to see if maybe they're changing a little bit, like one letter different.
後宮
What's going on? What's happening? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why did he not complete that sentence? All of a sudden, my throat closed. I was suddenly assaulted by a shortness of breath that felt as if I had been choked. What's going on? One more time.
俺は後宮アスムから生まれたくそ俺は後宮アスムから生まれたなんださっきまでは簡単にできてたのに急に赤がうまくできなくなったぞ
What's going on here?
不詳を拒否する
拒否なんかじゃねえなぜかうまくいかねえんだ俺は後宮アスムから生まれたってなんでだ畜生なんで赤が使えないんだ
Yo, what the fuck is happening? Is his mom not Asumu?
そんなバカな
Wait a minute. Wait a fucking bastard minute. My mom is Ushiromiya Asumu. Why can't I say that fact in red? What's going on? This is... God.
語れぬ赤を無理に語ろうとすると窒息するぞ無理をしなくてよい以上の事実わらわはそなたを青で追求させてもらう
Oh, finally he gets to use blue.
青相手を否定する仮説を宣言するのに用いるそれは赤での否定が義務付けるそれがない場合勝利では参るぞ以上の復唱要求並びに復唱拒否かわらわはそなたに対戦相手の資格がないことを宣言する
Oh no.
なぜならベアトリーチは後宮金蔵の孫である後宮バトラと戦うためにゲームを開催したからよって対戦相手であるそなたに後宮金蔵の孫である後宮バトラであることを赤で宣言する義務が生じるそれに対する復唱それは資格の喪失を意味するものである
Wait a minute. Is this why he brought up because he rejected the name for those 6 years? Oh, we're being bombarded by that shit.
赤でそれの何かを否定するのよ早く
俺は後宮バトラだそれを赤で復唱できている以上俺はお前の対戦相手のはずだぜ
そなたが後宮バトラの名を持つことはしかし人命は独占されたものではない
What is that supposed to mean?
後宮バトラを名に持つことは可能である
Oh, so you're saying there's another Ushiromiya battler out there that you're supposed to fight?
すなわちこういうことだそなたは後宮アスムの息子後宮バトラだ 同姓同名の別人である。
Hold on! What the hell are you trying to say, girl? You are a different person with the same... So you're telling me there's two Ushiromiya battlers that Asumu produced? What the fuck is she trying to say? Dude, this is so...
バカなこと言うんじゃねえ。俺はお袋の子だぞ。後ろ宮アースムの子だ。俺は後ろ宮アースムから。
What the fuck is happening?
畜生、なぜだ。なぜ俺がお袋から生まれたと言えないんだ。こんなバカなことがあるというのか。
苦しむことは。
Unless she's not his mom or what? My boy was produced fucking mitosis?
わらわは遊ばぬ。これにチェックメイト。
No, this makes no sense.
後ろ宮アスム。
That makes no, this red shit. There's gotta. She's doing such mental gymnastics. I swear. Is it because he denied being an Ushiromiya for those? That has to be the only fucking reason. Wow.
そんなバカ。
And what is this fucking sin he supposedly did 6 years ago?
そなたは誰。後ろ宮バトラーを名乗る。何者なの。
ちょっと待てよ。俺は後ろ宮バトラだ。俺は後ろ宮アスムから生まれた親父とお袋の息子だ。
いいや、わらわの対戦相手たる後ろ宮バトラであるはずない。その証拠に。
証拠だと。
そなたは6年前の罪を知らない。
Yes, again, this stupid fucking sin, supposedly.
いいや、真の後ろ宮バトラならば罪など犯さない。
What do you mean?
結果的に罪は犯さ6年の月日が空白となって当時を何も知らぬ男が後ろ宮バトラーを名乗って六軒島へ姿を現し、その真相はこう。
6 years ago, the true Ushiromiya battler qualified to be my opponent was already dead? You were involved in a plot by Rudolph having something to do with distribution of the inheritance. A body double set up in the Ushiromiya battler's place.
そんなバカなことがあるんか。
Okay, I'm guessing she's trying to win so badly. This is the only thing. This is what I'm coming up with because this is just as ridiculous what she's claiming as like it's so fucking ridiculous. But it's in line with how ridiculous it always has been.
そんなバカな。
So she's just trying to fuck with his head.
バトラしっかりしなさい。言い返せないなら仕方がないわ。バトラにその資格はなかった。そういうことよ。ベル、それでいいの？それを認めちゃったらあんたも負けちゃうのよ。あんたが勝っちゃうんでしょう。なんでバトラの肩を持ってるの？残念、バトラ。あなたにベアトリーチェの対戦相手たる資格がなかったなんて。と、私も迂闊だったわ。資格のない駒に張ってたなんて。
Oh, don't say that, Bert.
私の乾杯だわ、ベアトリーチェ。
負けも勝ちもない。ただ対戦相手が消えるだけ。元からいなかったというべき。
じゃあよ、俺は誰なんだよ。
You're a battler. I don't care what she can say whatever she wants to say.
親父やおふくろの子じゃないのかよ。
What if Rudolph changed his name when he left?
この子じゃないってんならなんだよ、縁もゆかりもない赤の他人の子だとか。
Yeah, that would make no
そう
fucking
言い出すの
sense.
かよ。
それならば金蔵の血は引いていないことになる。いずれにせよそなたにこのゲームに対戦資格はない。
But why are you bringing this up now? I've been playing this shit for like, I don't know, 100 hours, I think? Something like that? And now she brings this up?
もともとそなたが後ろ宮バトラでない可能性も。
And you bring it up now, 4 fucking episodes in?
だから問わねばならなかった。本当のバトラなら知っていることを聞かねばならない。残念だ。そなたがひょっとしたら本当に後ろ宮バトラであるかもしれない。わらわは1000兆分の1の奇跡にかけた。だがやはりそなたは同姓同名の別人だ。
Is my boy gonna have an identity? What the fuck? Oh shit, did it just get darker? Bit by bit, Battler's form began to be clouded in darkness. It's getting darker! I fucking knew it was! No, maybe it was the other way around. The whole world was becoming clouded in darkness, leaving only Battler behind. Battler was down on all fours, hanging his head and repeatedly questioning himself. However, he would never be given an answer. In the world stained with darkness, Beato spoke something, and Lambda Delta ran up to Battler, yelling something very quickly. But it already seemed very far away, and it didn't reach his ears. Then he, not knowing who he was, erased himself? No.
これで対戦相手は消えたな。それではこれで今日らも旅支度を整えられるがよい。我が領地にてもう何も催しは予定されていない。
Okay, number one, I'm calling bullshit on my boy being erased. Obviously, that's
そ
not
れ
gonna
で
happen.
はごきげんよう。さらばだ。
Without saying anything more, Beato clouded her own form in darkness as well and disappeared. Not butterflies anymore?
これでいいわけ？バトラ消えちゃったわよ。負けず嫌いのあんたがこの結末でいいわけ？
あんたは私の負けに張ってたんでしょ。なら万々歳じゃない。おめでとう、ラムダ。じゃあまたどこかの世界で会いましょう。まあ無限のかけら世界のこと。どこかでまたご縁がある確率はそれこそ1000兆分の1よりも少ないでしょうけれど。じゃあね、楽しかったわ。バイバイ。
There's no way.
待ってよ、ベル！
Chasing after Burn Castell, who had disappeared first, Lambda Delta disappeared as well. Then, after everyone had disappeared, there was no one left in the study. Okay. It returned to silence, almost as though no one had been there from the beginning. No one was here in the first place. The silent study told of that wordlessly, and the sound of the wind and rain began to fill the room bit by bit. What? There is no... Okay, I mean, I'm not tripping because I know, dude. I know that's not the end. I know it isn't. In a world where everything had sunk into darkness, Beato questioned herself.
やはり魔法は初めからマリアージュ・ソルシエールの中だけで。
そうだね。マリアもエンジェの時にそう思ったよ。
魔女同盟はわらわとそなた、その二人で始めた。他のものを混ぜようというのはそもそもの間違いであったのだ。
こんなにも楽しいから マリアたちはその輪に親しい誰かを加えたかったよね。そうして魔女同盟がどこまでも大きくなって、みんなで楽しく魔法が使えて幸せになれたらと願った。
だが魔法を理解できるのはやはりわらわとそなたの二人だけだった。
私たちは奇跡が巡り合わせたこの世界でたった二人しかいない魔女なんだよ。マリアはもうベアとさえいれば他には誰もいらないよ。
わらわもだ。そなたさえいればもう誰もいらない。
Okay, so they're very sentimental, both of
マ
them.
リアージュ・ソルシエールは結成したその一番最初の時点でもう完成していたんだよ。
そうあるな。まさにそうであるな。
Listen, I'm not trusting shit she says. Right? She fucked with us. She thoroughly fucked. Wait a minute. It was a witches' alliance to make everyone happy together with magic. I wonder when it got this screwed up. What was I trying to do when I started this game? I can't really remember even that. No, I may remember, but that's a feeling I now wish to throw away to the far side of oblivion.
いいよ。何もかも忘れてしまおう。二人だけのマリアージュ・ソルシエール。私たちは互いを認め合う。そして誰にも傷つけられない。だからもう傷つかない。泣かない。すべて忘れよう。ね、ベアと。
What do you mean by nobody will hurt us? Nobody hurt her!
私たちは永遠だよ。
マリア。
Why is Beatrice getting so emotional? She's crying now? There must be some things I'm not getting. Okay, well, looks like that's it. Journey's endpoints?
Amakusa, それ切ってくれる？
That song? Yeah, dude, okay.
おっと、それ M ザッキーはお嫌いで？
今が気分じゃないだけ。
Amakusa turned the radio off. The world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea, and blotted out by the ocean's gray. Well, the ocean's blue, the ocean's crystal clear.
あの辺が当時の船着き場だ。
At the time, the boat captain pointed, but I couldn't really recall how it looked 12 years ago. I had to believe that my memories of back then would come flooding back into my mind, but no memories were coming back to me at all. After the incident, the island was sealed off and left to the wilds. Probably that's understandable, but I had to tell myself to stop myself from feeling somehow sad and hurt. But I at least remember one thing. You could say that it would probably be the same anywhere on the sea, but at least this one thing I do remember. The cries of the seagulls. I do remember those. I almost never went to the ocean when I was young. So, to me, everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rokkenjima and my family getting together. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. I pressed some shit on accident. However, at this point in time, it even seemed doubtful whether that was happiness at all. In my younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a very difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance, filling the place with the smell of flaring tempers and fuses about to blow. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings.
六軒島ですかい。全ての始まりで全ての旅の終着駅ってわけだ。
Hamakusa tried too hard in an attempt to speak from my innermost feelings. The boat slowly rounded the island. As the angle changed, I hoped that my memories of the island silhouette at the time might come back just a little. But in the end, even as the inlet was completely hidden by the cliffs, I wasn't able to remember anything.
船長、さっきのもう一つの船着き場の話を聞かせてください。
六軒島には船着き場は一つしかないことになっとる。だがそれは表向きだ。
島裏の
Really?
もう一つの隠された船着き場、六軒島そのものね。誰も知らない二つ目のもう一つの顔がある。
Okay.
六軒島は後ろ宮家の領有する島だ。だが金蔵さん個人が所有する島というもう一つの顔がある。
Right. Yes. Yes, because that's such a secret of man.
二つの船着き場、二つの屋
I
敷。
wonder what else is hidden. What else is hidden?
愛
What
人を
else?
囲うためだけに随分と金をかけたもんだ。
He
もう
was
一つの船
driven
着き
mad
場の
with
ことを
love.
知る人間は
限られとる。金蔵さん、執事の源氏さん、わしら船の関係者、高齢の使用人がほんの数人だ。南城診療所の先代先生も熊沢のばあさんも知っとった。
Okay.
数えりゃ結構いるような気がするが、とにかく知っている人間はわずかだった。
そのもう一つの屋敷について教えてください。
Did
クワ
Krause
ド
even
リア
know?
っちゅう名前のお屋敷があるとだけは聞かされとった。わしは船を離れることを許されんかったから一度も見たことはないが。
船着き場からは見えないくらいに遠いということですかい。
わからん。ただ隠し屋敷だからな。外からは見えん場所に建ててあったろうな。とにかくクワドリアンについてはあの島の最高の秘密だった。
クアドリアンにベアトリーチェが住まわされていた、あるいは幽閉されていたという説がありますが、船長はどう考えますか？
わしはクワドリアンへの雑貨も運んでおった。その中に女しか使わんような、それも高級なもんが含まれることも多かった。わしもその説を確信しとる。
では船長はベアトリーチェって女を直接見たことはないわけですか？
ない。20年近く出入りをしたが一度も見たことはない。
Okay.
20年。ひゅー。ってことは最低でも年齢プラス20ってわけだ。こりゃマドモアゼルは期待できね
だがクワドリアンへの出入りはある日を境にぷっつりとなくなっちまった。今からだいたい30年前だから昭和43年頃だったと思う。
Yes. 1968. So that's when Beatrice, obviously with Rosa, got her
つい
killed.
と突然
食料やゴミなどの運搬往来でわしらは決められた日程で裏に行っとった。
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's how it was. All right.
ああ、裏っちゅうのはクワドリアン側の船着き場のことだ。
わかります。それで
ある日源氏さんから急な連絡があった。別の指示があるまで裏には行かなくていいって言うんだ。
え。別の指示とは？
特にはなかった。早い話がある日突然裏には今後定期便はいらない、食料も届けなくていいと言われたわけだ。わしは最初クビにされたのかと思ったよ。だがすぐに気づいた。それにクワドリアンのことを知る使用人たちの様子からも、
ベアトリーチェが死んで食料を届ける必要も世話人を送る必要もなくなった。
わしはそう考えた。それっきり裏へ船を出せという指示は受けてない。しかし裏については死ぬまで何も喋るなと。その後源氏さんが直接わしのところへ来てえらく強く念を押した。
その 20年間も放置されていた隠し屋敷にどうしてエヴァおばさんが？
On that day, 12 years ago, Uchiromiya Eva somehow escaped harm alone in a hidden mansion 2 kilometers away from the regular mansion. Why was she in a hidden mansion that had been forgotten for 20 years?
ワイドショーで見たよ。わしにも何が何だかさっぱりわからん。エヴァさんを裏へ案内したことは一度もない。どうしてどうやってクアドリアンを知りたどり着いたのか、わしにはさっぱり見当もつかない。
裏のクアドリアンに陸路で行くことは不可能だったのかしら。
もしも話通りに未開の密林だとしたら、おめかしした奥様風情に踏破できるもんじゃありませんぜ。
じゃあ帰る？モーターボートみたいなものがあったとか？
まさかあの二晩の台風はそりゃひどいもんだった。船なんぞ使えるわけもない。
じゃあ屋敷とクアドリアンを直通する、例えば地下通路のようなものがあったとか。
Wow.
愛人の家を出入りするのに毎回船の用立てが必要なんて面倒でしょ。
全長 2km の六軒島の対角線上に存在する屋敷をつなぐためにそんだけの長い地下トンネルを？
Dude, nothing is impossible.
バカにしてえところだが、愛人のために隠し屋敷まで作っちまう大富豪。
Yeah, I mean, come on now.
それも
He bought a
否定
fucking
できん
island.
ところですね。どうなんですか船長。
わしは海の人間だ。穴のことはわからん。だが硫黄島で旧日本軍は25キロのトンネルを掘ってみせたぞ。あの金蔵さんなら2キロくらい掘ってみせてもわしは何も驚かん。
やっぱりおかしな島ね。私たちはこの島のことを未だ誰一人何も知らない。
Wow. They dug a 25-kilometer hole in Iwo Jima? I did not know about that. The boat reached the shore. There would be a short walk to reach the mansion.
わしはここで待っている。屋敷は向こうだ。当時の道が残っているだろうが、草木で覆われてしまってるはずだ。迷わんように気をつけてな。
ほんじゃ行きましょうかね。
ありがとう天草。
Wow, look at where we
あん
are.
たもここで待ってて。
ま、そう言い出すんじゃないかと思ってましたぜ。
届け物をするだけよ。あなたが一緒だと向こうが迷惑するの。あんたの毒素強そうだから。
毒素？はて。
すぐに戻るわ。今日の本命はクアドリアンの方だもの。届け物をしたらすぐに戻ってくるわ。
Angie put on her knapsack and grabbed the flowers she was planning to offer.
さし
Are
て
they
やれ
special
若いの。
flowers?
行ってこい、お嬢ちゃん。あんたの家族が待っている。
Wow. I had never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, it would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. The vegetation certainly was incredible, and you could lose track of the patch if you were careless enough to let your attention drift. But the road that was left was much better than I had imagined. Still, that didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk a long way. The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I had been threatened into staying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, that fear is gone now, but I feel it. Other people may not be able to, but I can feel the presence, like an aura, of the golden witch Beatrice. Massive, oddly shaped rocks scattered here and there, overgrown trees and ivy. The voices of birds and bugs. Yes, I can feel it. I can feel that the witch is here. Ahead, an ivy-covered construction, site fence, and warning sign stood. No entry, Tokyo Metropolis. That was written on it. Alright, when you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city, But address-wise, even Rokkenjima is a rightful part of Tokyo metropolis. Apologizing to the sign for my mistaken impression, I climbed over the fence. When I made it up the steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded, and a fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. It was like the top of a little hill. Below me was a vast view of the islands. I could only see desolated forests and rocky crags spread out below me. But somehow I realized that the mansion was probably somewhere around there. The steep downward slope beyond this hill had probably been caused by landslides from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant filled with crags that you might even call gentle cliffs. And though it would be easy to tumble down, it looked like climbing back would be pretty difficult. It seemed that proceeding any further would be impossible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border between 1986 and 1998, that day and today, and this world and the other.
ここがこの旅の終着点みたいね。
As a strong wind blew Mammon and Sakutaro's hair, they looked down from the hilltop.
ここからじゃさっぱりわからないわ。お屋敷はどこ？もっと近づきましょうよ。無理だよ。戻ってこれなくなっちゃうよ。
We won't be able to come back. He's right. This is 1998, and I am the Ushiromiya Anji who has been left all alone. At first, it was a young journey. It was a journey to die, but not anymore. It has become a journey to accomplish something.
だからごめんね、二人とも。あの日の私なら何も戸惑わずにこの崖を降りるだろうけれど。
ビルの屋上から飛び降りた後ろ宮エンジェが情けない。
ごめんね。
ここでも同じだよ。あの日の風が感じられるから。こんな風だったっけ？うん。もうすぐ来てくれるよ。みんな。
Sakutaru said it as though it was completely natural, and I believed it. Mom, Dad, Oni-chan, all of my relatives and those fun servants, and Maria One-chan.
私よ、エンジェよ。私は帰ってきたわ。
When I started my final journey to expose the past of 12 years ago, its goal had been abstract, and I hadn't understood. But now I have no doubts. This journey was induced by all kinds of thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to end things for me, Ushiromiya Anji. And a journey to end things as the final witch of Mirage. Am I saying that right? Mirage sorcery? I came here as the final daughter of the Ushiromiya family, and as the final witch.
お父さん、お母さん、お兄ちゃん、ごめんね。先にマリアお姉ちゃんとの挨拶をさせてね。
A strong gust of wind blew. A strong gust of wind from behind urged me on. The gust. By the way, the fucking UMINEKO, the seagulls in the background crying along with this song, like that's part of the song, and that it just makes it so much more beautiful. There is a certain authenticity, right? Am I right? There's a certain authenticity those seagulls crying adds to it. That gust took just my soul out from inside my body to the vast forest beneath me. And though I couldn't see it from where I stood, I believed that it would fly me to the mansion on that day. To where everyone was. To where Maria One-chan was. So, there's this thing that's been bothering me. This Anji from 1998 and the Anji in Rokkenjima in 1986. The one that she's acting as if she has no idea of Burn, right? Because Burn is the one that brought her back, but she's acting. So they're okay. So I'm gonna go with this, right? Just like how Battler, maybe that is the thing. Maybe there's two different ones. So there's a Angie from here, where magic does not exist, and then there's an Angie. Well, yes, she doesn't believe it exists, even though she accepts it for that. There's two different Angies, two different battlers, whatever. And so, even though my body was on the top of the hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through that sky. The vast, vast sky of Rokkenjima. Below me was the green of many trees. But I can tell, I can comprehend the presence of my family and relatives and all the servants, and Maria One-chan too. I could even comprehend Maria One-chan as a witch. It was vast, more vast than any space I had imagined up until now.
Maria お姉ちゃん、聞こえる？聞いて。
Angie shouted to the Maria of that day that she had been through a long journey, and that she had learned just how much she had wounded Maria on that day when she was young. Having understood magic, I now understand everything about the world Maria wanted to show me. It is so warm and overflowing with kindness and happiness. She had wanted to become even happier by sharing that world, but I had trampled it.
だから私、今こそ全部理解したの。魔法を理解した。私たちの魔法はきっと、とてもささやかで、身近に溢れてる。でも、それは誰の目にも見えるものではないのよ。魔法とは、ええ、はっきり言えるわ。
Without love, it cannot be seen. This fucking phrase has been shown so much to me. I'm sorry, One-chan. I've already been excommunicated from the Witches' Alliance, but after all this time, I now understand how wonderful it is. And I know that after that day I wounded you, Mirage, sorcery was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. Back in those days, even magic that allowed you to vent your anger by cursing people was probably important to you. Your environment was unhappy enough for you to be allowed that.
でも、もうそんな悲しい日々は終わったよ。だからお姉ちゃんの魔女同盟を元の優しいマリアージュ・ソルシエルに。
The grimoire was in my hands without me realizing it. The strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. It had been a kind world at first. What to do to create magic so that candy rains from the sky. What to do to create magic so that tomorrow's dinner becomes cream croquettes. What to do to create magic so that tomorrow's weather is good when you got out and you have a fun day. New magic of happiness were created one after another, coloring her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and the days and months began to flash by like memories. The pages with drawings that were colorful gradually changed into pages colored only with black ink. Eerie magic circles and demon summonings. Evil magic for harming people. What to do to create magic so that the class bully catches a cold. What to do to create magic so that you know who in the class gets seriously injured and dies. What to do to create magic so that a bus with all the bullies on it falls off a cliff. Malicious magics were created one after another, filling the pages and her heart.
私がお姉ちゃんを傷つけたから、マリアージュ・ソルシエルはこんなになってしまった。お姉ちゃんは黒き邪悪な魔女じゃない。白き無垢で無邪気な優しい魔女だったのよ。私が元に戻してあげる。元のみんなを幸せにする魔法を世界中に振りまいていたマリアお姉ちゃんに戻してあげる。そのために 私はここへ来た。運命に導かれてきた。お姉ちゃん、聞こえてる？その姿を、私の前に見せて。
That voice rode an even stronger wind and was sent 12 years into the past. Then, the wind gradually increased and silence fell. No, ceased. Crunch, crunch. I could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. I heard those footsteps and was surprised at that mirror. Without a doubt, those footsteps were Maria One-chan's?
マリアお姉ちゃん。
かすみよ。ようやく見つけたわよ。エンジェちゃん。
Okay, you know what? I guess it would have been. Okay, you know what? Yes, because she was involved. She has done nothing except kind of fuck with Angie a little bit. So yes. All right. It's time for her to finally do something, I guess. Before I knew it, Aunt Katsumi and her black suit, a total of 7 people who didn't resemble Maria One-chan in the slightest, were standing there surrounding me. And it felt like my voice had been just about to reach Maria One-chan too. Because of these guys' toxin, the magic got interrupted. Angie clicked her tongue at that, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way.
そのお花は亡くなった家族への？偉いわ。それ投げるんでしょ？いいわよ。それまで待ってあげる。
Before what? Angie could more or less guess. The way the black suits had their hands unnaturally stuck into their pockets made me realize that they were obviously in possession of handguns. This is a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. I have absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumadera family, but if I die, all of that wealth will roll right into the Sumadera family coffers. Unlike me, they probably have a great deal of interest in it. Of course, the Ushiromiya group has a stake in this, too. It seems that if the massive amounts of stock I own suddenly got to the Sumaderas, it'd be pretty bad for the Ushiromiya group as well. And so, they've apparently gotten themselves embroiled in a secret feud over me. That's probably why President Okonogi gave me Amakusa as a guard. Having Amakusa wait on the boat was a regretful mistake.
おばさん、いつからここで待ち伏せを？
早朝からよ。おかげですっかり待ちくたびれちゃったわ。何しろ喫茶店もお化粧室もないからね。
トイレもないから、お上品に木陰で用を済ませていたわけね。
I've done that before.
仮にもスマデラ家の血の半分引いてる淑女が、そんな汚らわしい言葉を使うんじゃないわ。
Okay.
やっぱりスマデラキリエの子ね。気品のかけらもありゃしない。
Yeah, and you're graceful. She grabbed me by the hair and forced my face up to hers. Then she spat in it. My words are filthy, but her spit's not to be outdone.
おばさんが私のことを話すと、いつも母さんのことばかり。私、そんなにも母さんに似てますか？
ええ、似ているわ。その生意気そうな目つき。鼻も口もそっくりよ。自由奔放で無責任。歴史と伝統あるスマデラ家の重みなど何も考えず、自分勝手に家を飛び出したわ。おかげで、私の人生はずっとその尻拭い。
まさにあんたの人生、クソまみれね。
Yes. I was slapped on the cheek, my ear took a heavy hit, and for an instant my head rang. She pulled me around by the hair and threw me onto the ground. And without a moment's pause, she kicked the ground, covering me in sands. She's very fucking angry.
姉さんに似てきたわ。その目つき。そのどこか小馬鹿にした目つきよ。はあ、思い出すわ、いろいろと。
哀れな人ね。きっと幼い頃から何かにつけて母さんに比較されて蔑まされてきたんでしょうに。そしてあんたは一生その惨めさから解放されやしないわ。
お前みたいな小娘にはわからないわよ。あんたのお母さんはね、何もかもを投げ出してスマデラ家を逃げ出した負け犬なのよ。その負け犬のせいで どれほど迷惑したことか。
あんたの迷惑なんか私の知ったこっちゃないわ。私の生まれる前の話をされても困るわよ。
That's right.
あんたの人生はいつ始まるの？始まりゃしないわ。いつまでもいつまでも永久に死んだ母さんに嘲笑われ続け、そのまま死ぬのよ。
Right, she can't let that go.
というか死ねばなんで生きてるの？
Oh, okay. She's saying that.
口の減らないガキが。あんたたち、ちょいとお茶をしてやりなさいな。
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no, it's that code word, bitch.
お任せを。口の利き方も知らねえクソガキが少し勉強させてやるぜ。
The black suits dashed up to me, violently grabbed me by the collar, and dragged me down.
私が一服終えるまでに適当に可愛いメイにちょいと身の程を教えてあげなさい。
Sumadera Kasumi. She was a pitiable person, to think of it. To the outside world, the women of the Sumadera family were trained to be in a position to support and defer to the men in the prominent positions. But in actuality, strong leadership was demanded of them so that they could manage all of the people under them. The role demanded of them was that of a female commander. Taking charge of the Sumadera family was, with all its proud history, required an extraordinary level of commanding presence. It was an unimaginable heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kirie. Kirie had undergone that harsh training, and Kasumi, as the youngest sister, should have been able to just take it easy. No, in fact, she had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess, staring at Kirie, who had been given the heavy responsibility. However, Kirie was suddenly disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged and had gotten pregnant by her lover, Ushiromiya Rudolph. From the Sumadera family's perspective, even though the Ushiromiya family held a vast fortune, it was a family which had already collapsed, a family not in their league. And to become not even a legal wife but a lover to the second son of that family. Normally, no one would be shown mercy for something so dishonorable, not even a daughter of the main family. But they would wrap her up in a mat, stand a pole on end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if it fell to the left. But Kirie's punishment was nothing but disinheritance, an unbelievably lenient decision. After that, the Sumadera family began receiving preferential treatment from a section of the Ushiromiya group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Kirie took advantage of the Ushiromiya family's financial support to leave the Sumadera family openly. Kasumi watched it happen in shock. No, she even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But eventually, she learned that the heavy responsibilities Kirie had borne would be passed on to her, and then for the first time she realized that she had been outwitted. Wow.
あんたの母親のせいで私の人生はめちゃめちゃにされたわ。いいえ、一度殺されたと言ってもいい。あの日に私は一度殺されて地獄のような日々に突き落とされたのよ。
それまで人生舐めてきたツケじゃない。
口の減らねえ小娘だぜ。ほら!
Oh, come on. Don't hit her. The black suit punched me in the gut, and I doubled over. Ow! But I was quickly grabbed by the collar and made to stand up again. As she continued to cold-heartedly look down upon Angie, Kasumi blew out smoke. The hard days after Kirie left were floating through her mind. Until then, she had been allowed to be simply a rich young lady, unrestrained and unaffected. Only Kirie, the older sister, had been strictly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live as nothing more than a princess. Then, suddenly, everything was turned over to such a degree that her life tumbled and crashed.
私の人生も生活も生き方も
So she wasn't able to live freely. Just take advantage of all the money and everything. And that's what she's
知ら
pissed
ない
at.
親類からは姉さんの不名誉を理由にどれだけ蔑まれたことか。呪ったわ。あなたのお母さんを血を吐くほどに呪ったわよ。
そりゃ嬉しいわ。 これからもよろしく。
A kick landed in Anji's side as she lay prostrate on the ground. Anji didn't stand up again, so she continued to lie there like a caterpillar, getting kicked every time she spoke up.
姉さんを後ろ宮グループのパーティーで見かけたわ。あいつ旦那と一緒でとても幸せそうに笑ってやがった。私に全部押し付けて自分だけ幸せに。
だから何？私に八つ当たりするとどうあんたが幸せになるってわけ？私に八つ当たりすると時間が巻き戻って歴史が変わったりしてくれるわけ？
あんたさっき言ったわね。私の人生はいつ始まるのって。いくら恨んでも八つ当たりしても時間を巻き戻すことなんてできない。じゃあ私は死ぬまでこうして死んでもなお姉さんを恨み続けて？冗談じゃないわ。いつまで私は姉さんの亡霊に苛まれてなきゃならないのよ。だから考えたのよ。これを成し遂げたら全ての恨みを忘れてやり直せるってね。
Anji was about to respond to this with another bitter comment, but stopped, because she would be kicked again if she responded. Even if Kasumi didn't say anymore, it was difficult to imagine what she meant. Kasumi was thinking of bringing an end to her hatred of Kirie by taking revenge against her daughter, Anji. Talk about pushing your problems onto other people.
ほら、立ちなさいよ。そんなにこの島が大好きならしっかり深く埋めてあげるわよ。その若さで死にたくないでしょ。母が迷惑をかけてすみませんでしたとか言っ。
誰が言うもんか。
エンジ様、ダメ！こいつらを挑発しちゃダメです！ここは表向きだけでも調子を合わせて時間を稼ぐべきです！
くだらないプライドは燃えないゴミの火に出しとけってよく言うわね。
天草さんは天草さんが来てくれればきっと。ダメ！あいつの姿は見えないわ。エンジ様のバカ！どうして天草を置いてきたんです？
I don't need you to tell me that, Mammon. I'm already right in the middle of regretting it. I walked a long way to get here. The forest was very thick. There's no way the disturbance here will reach the boats. As Kasumi took her sweet time smoking that single cigarette down to the filter, I was continuously laid into by the black suits, however they deemed fit. The moment I grabbed my head to protect it, the top of my head was kicked by someone at a bad angle, and my head was filled with stars. This feeling of stars flickering in a world twisted with gray was one I knew well. My life was very similar to the one of Sumadera Kasumi led, because I was tormented constantly with all kinds of bullying under the guise of education and training to make me a worthy successor to the Ushiromiya family. Yes, having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling I know well. But when being reprimanded for some errors in manners I seem to have made, the lecture always turned to whether I was fitting to be the successor to the Ushiromiya family or not. On and on about the honor of the Ushiromiya family and how important it was. By the time her rant reached that point, I would forget what mistakes I was being blamed for in her first place. No, actually, it was the same way for my aunt Ava too. After all, sometimes she would ask herself, what was I saying again? But in the end, she wouldn't be able to remember and would say something like,
私が怒っているということはきっとエンジェが何か悪いことをしたのだろう。ならその悪いことが問題なのであって、何をしたかなんて今さら思い出せなくても問題ない。
There'd be some ridiculous reasoning like that, and then she would continue punishing me. Aunt Ava's punishments weren't something that would continue until I learned something or acknowledged my mistake or apologized. They would continue until Ava wanted to stop. So even this violence was a bit nostalgic in a way that made me want to vomit. Wow, Ava did that. I opened my eyes, and oh look, there's Aunt Ava, right next to Kasumi, who was smoking her cigarette. I could see Aunt Ava, the two of them looking almost as though they were laughing at me together. When I think about it, Aunt Ava's life might be worthy of sympathy. The responsibilities and pressure of members of the Ushiromiya family, which she had so often mentioned to me, were all things that she herself had suffered. Because people cannot voice insults that they have never been subjected to themselves. It was probably the same way for Aunt Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the glorious Ushiromiya family, she must have gone through many tough times. So just as Aunt Ava acted towards me, and just as Sumadera Kasumi is acting right now, Auntie Rosa must also have been the same. People push the suffering they have been made to bear onto other people. Otherwise, they can never escape from it. So on, in eternity and perpetuity, the chain of suffering and sadness never ends. That is the reason Maria One-chan's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she did not have to bear the suffering from Auntie Rosa. That pain was probably pushed onto her. Its weight probably tormented her, but One-chan did not carry that burden on her own shoulders. She exercised it and filled her world with happiness. So I'm sure that even if Maria One-chan had children in the future, she would never have pushed the suffering forced down through the generations onto them. The chain of suffering and sadness, which had been inherited by and forced upon each generation for who knows how long, was by Maria One-chan's magic broken.
Nani? 私に何か文句でもあるの?
In the past, I would have snapped back and cancelled out her hatred with hatred of my own. No, I cancelled out nothing. The weight of that which had been forced onto her bears down hard on my shoulders as well. After all, even now, I hate her. So, now that I knew of magic, I looked at the human called Ushiromiya Ava again. What I could see through, too, was the sad form of a human, no different from me, who had lost her family and who bore deep wounds in her heart. Unable to withstand the pain of that torn heart, she was doing nothing except howling with a sad voice, like a lion crying in pain, like a child. It turns out Ushiromiya Ava was also a person deserving of compassion. She had needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood days. And she too, as the only survivor of the Rokkenjima incident, who was faced with the inquisitive eyes of all society, who was publicly slandered, who had salt continually rubbed into her wounds, had needed someone's compassion in order to let her forget her pain and sorrow for at least a moment. The Black Witch, the very same that possessed Auntie Rosa, taught her magic. It was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria One-chan when she was mourning of Sakutaro after he was torn apart. That same magic, that witch, had surely dwelled inside Aunt Rosa too. So I was wrong to hate Ushiromiya Ava. Perhaps I alone was supposed to have become her ally, the only person in the world who could understand her. What did I say to her when I was young, when she returned alive all alone? Could it be that the way I acted towards her was as if she had come back by herself after killing all my family? Well, she did. She shot Battler, we saw that. I can't believe it. Aunt Ava, who throughout my life has never been more than an object of and synonym of hatred, is turning me into a human who I can understand. No, is turning into a human who I can understand. And so, I looked right next to Aunt Ava at the form of the Black Witch who taught her the black magic. That bitch. Aunt Ava was crying. It was only natural. Not only did she have no one who would understand her pain of having lost her husband and son all at once, but even I, her only relative, insulted her, saying, "Give me back my mom and dad." I can make the excuse that it was the mercilessness of youth. But to her at the time, that was probably cruel enough to sever her heart's last thread. In the following days, the talk shows and magazines publicly slandered her. The truths of her late husband's business and character, and even those about her beloved son, were denied. She no longer had anything left. She could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness for just a few moments, because only while howling could she feel the slightest bit of release. And so, the Black Witch taught her how to howl. And the one I hated was the Black Witch. The black magic probably did release her from that suffering for just a short time. However, it would never lift that weight from her shoulders. To the contrary, it would force that weight on further victims, filling the world with the weight of hatred. If Aunt Ava was to have a true witch nearby, one who knew of white magic, wasn't that supposed to be me? I had learned the magic to create happiness from Maria One-chan. If I could have saved her with that magic, might we not have built up a future with a completely different relationship? All this time, I have hated Aunt Ava, so I never noticed the Black Witch beside her. Without love, it couldn't be seen. I didn't have any love for her. So now finally, I'll glare at the Black Witch, the one I truly should hate.
あら
Her
なに私のことが見えるの
見えるわ。私が憎むべきはエヴァおばさんじゃなかった。あんたよ。
すごいじゃない。人間の分際で魔女の私が見えるなんてね。それでその目つきは何だと言いたいわけ？私が憎い？
憎い？ええ、憎いわ。でも少し違う。ただ悲しく思える。
悲しい？何言ってんの？いいじゃない。怒れば。思いっきり憎んじゃえば？
憎まないわ。あんたを憎むことはエヴァおばさんの憎しみをそのまま受け継ぐだけ。私は憎しみを断ち切る。エヴァおばさんの苦しみを受け止め、それを払って捨てるの。
That's beautiful.
何悟ったようなこと言ってるわけ？
I think that's the best way. That's the best way. That's the best, most effective way to say fuck you to all that, because to all that anger, that's the best way to do it.
こいつ頭大丈夫？っていうかへそでも噛んで死んじゃえば。
Oh, this is gonna hurt this Ava Beatrice so much.
あんたらもっともっと蹴ってやりなさい。
That's all she
顔と
has.
かはダメよ。気の毒な顔がマシになっちゃったらつまんないから。
The black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back, as though they had been ordered by the Black Witch.
やれやれ、答えないね。私をじーっと見ちゃって。私が憎いでしょ？私もよ。
You hate her and she's done nothing to you. Kasumi snared at me, but for some reason, I had the feeling that she was crying behind that expression. Of course she is. She hates herself.'s so fucking angry at the world. She's had a life just as unfair as mine forced upon her, and the pain of that never ever heals. The sad lion continues to howl, gasping in pain from the thorn he can't get out.
ほら、スマデラカスミ、見てごらんなさい。かつてのあんたがそこにいるわ。気分が晴れるでしょう。かつてそこにいたあなたが、今度はこっち側にいるのよ。 愉快でしょ。立場が逆になるのは。
本当に愉快だわ。なんでそんな顔ができるのよ。エンジェ、泣きなさいよ。泣きたいんでしょ。
Ugh, how evil.
そう、泣きたいに決まってる。泣かせちゃいなさいって。
And is that something to make fun of?
あの時のあんたは泣かされちゃったじゃない。だからこいつも泣かせてやりなさいよ。エンジェもいいのよ。泣いちゃえば。
I think you're the one who's been crying this entire time.
泣きなさいよ、エンジェ。あんたの泣き顔が見たいのよ。泣いて、ごめんなさい、かすみおばさんって言ってごらんなさいよ。
その言葉を言わせるのよ。あの言葉、辛いでしょ？自分のせいじゃないことを謝らせられるのって本当に辛かったでしょ？同じ思いをさせてやるのよ。そうすることであなたの痛みは和らげることができるの。そうよ、それでいいのよ。
I don't understand that.
もっと自分に素直になりなさい。もっともっといっぱいに自分の感情を吐き出しちゃえば。
The Black Witch stirred Kasumi up, and Kasumi began to give herself over to that dark emotion. She was doing nothing more than turning her deep sadness into cheap booze and forcing it down. Reminds me of the quote that it's easier to destroy something than to build it, and this bitch is doing just that. It's so easy, it's so much easier for her to do this shit, just to be mean, evil, angry, hurt, trying to forget for just a brief moment. The word Kasumi insulted me with were themselves sad, and I couldn't forgive the Black Witch for taking advantage of Kasumi's sadness. I had gone limp on the ground, which seemed to have snapped the black suits from their enthusiasm for kicking. Or maybe the kickers had finally gotten tired too. Kasumi hadn't ordered them to stop, but at some point the violence had halted. However, I was reflected in Kasumi's eyes, and they were burning me with flames of hatred. Even still, she had been tempted by the witch into doing that in order to relieve her own pain.
スマデラかすみ、まだよ。まだまだ踏みにじりなさい。あなたの人生はこんなほんのちょっとの乱暴で許せるの？
許せないわよ。まだこれくらいでは許せないんだから。
でしょ？許せるわけがない。もっとよ。もっと憎悪の炎を。憎しみの炎でしかあなたは暖を取れないの。怒りと悲しみの雪原で凍えるあなたを温められる炎は憎しみだけなのよ。ほら言って。叫んで。憎しみの方向で自分を燃やし尽くしちゃえば。
後ろ宮エンジェー！あんたを憎まなくちゃ私は生きてられないの。
Oh, how ridiculous is that? You barely even know her.
スマデラかすみ、あの花束を。これ、死んだ家族への花でしょ？エンジェ。
The Black Witch grinned at me unpleasantly and used her chin to signal Kasumi to pick them up. Kasumi picked up the flowers I was going to offer, brought them all the way over to me, dropped them in front of me, and made a show of trampling them. Her expression was filled with hatred, and a frantic quality that simple hatred couldn't explain. It was as if trampling them over and over again was the only way to prevent the sadness inside her from reaching the bursting point. Yeah, it's really just showing how pathetic she is. How angry So the sound of her trampling was downright sad.
あら、この程度じゃ答えない？ならこっちは答えるかしら。スマデラかすみ。こっちを使いなさい。
I mean, if she keeps doing things like this, she's not gonna be healed ever.
それは。
The object the Black Witch pointed at was Maria Onechan's grimoire. Kasumi also noticed it and picked up that book, which was heavier than it looked.
なにこれ。
読んじゃえば。お腹がよじれちゃうかもね。
Kasumi opened the grimoire, skimmed over the contents, and snorted derisively.
返して。それはお姉ちゃんの。
Of course, my hand couldn't reach. My stomach was once again kicked by the black suits, and I curled up on the ground.
ほらね、この本は演者にとっての大切なものでしょ。大切なものをけなしてやりなさい。こういう子には殴る蹴るよりもそっちの方が効くんだから。あなたがそれを一番よく知っているでしょ。
Kasumi's face twisted for an instant, as though remembering something painful. But that quickly disappeared, changing into a scornful smile directed towards me. Maybe that happened to her when she was younger, or maybe that happened to her before. And now she's doing the same thing, the same way people hurt her. To hurt someone else, to make her feel better. I've seen that happen.
なにこの気持ち悪い本。あんたが書いたの？
やめて。返して。見てよ、あの顔。もっとけなしてやりなさい。貶めてやりなさい。尊厳を踏みにじられる苦痛を教えてやるのよ。そうすることでしかあなたの苦痛は和らがないの。
何これ、恥ずかしい本。少女の時代に多少は占いの真似事に興味を持つこともあるけれど、これはちょっと行き過ぎじゃない？やだ、魔法だって。あんたあれでしょ、アニメとかのなんとかなんとかって呪文を言いながら魔女に変身するやつ。ああいうの好きなんでしょ。痛々しいわ。
Cackling, Kasumi opened to a random page and showed it to the black suits. The black suits looked too and guffawed. The laughter wouldn't wound me, but I couldn't forgive it. After all, that laughter was ridiculing Maria Onechan. I don't hate Kasumi for exploiting Kasumi's unhealing anger and sadness. I cannot forgive the Black Witch. That Black Witch ate into Aunt Ava, Sumadera Kasumi, and Aunt Rosa, tormenting them for an eternity without letting their wounds be healed. I can't forgive her. I can't forgive the Black Witch.
何これ、傑作。お空から飴玉を降らせる魔法ですって。何々、お日様で清めたお水にお砂糖を溶いて魔法の杖を浸して呪文を。何これ。痛い。
The black suits also rolled around, guffawing. Am I saying that word right? Then, grinning, the black witch whispered something into Kasumi's ear. Then, after glaring at me with a grin, Kasumi took that page. She tore it out, didn't she? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Kasumi grabbed hold of that page, tore it out, crumpled it up, and threw it away.
ひどいよ。それはマリアの魔法。あら、そうなの？それはお気の毒。
it was one of the magics to summon happiness that Maria had made with Sakutaro. Anyone knows that making sugar water, coloring it with paint, and leaving it by the window isn't going to make candy rain from the sky. But after repeating that every day, one time when she got back from school, she found several pieces of candy scattered around that place. How happy must that miracle have made Maria One-chan? What good care she must have taken of those candies, savoring them during her night all alone with Sakutaro, to distract herself from her loneliness. That magic, which One-chan had created, was torn out, thrown away, and disappeared, but Anji still holds it in her heart. That entire miracle of happiness created by that magic, she tore out and threw away.
これも傑作だわ。晩ご飯をクリームコロッケにする魔法。次は何？ピーマンが美味しく食べられる魔法。これも生かすわ。バカバカしい。それも破いちゃいなさいよ。どんどん破いちゃえば。
With a cruel-hearted loud laugh, the Black Witch made her tear out Maria One-chan's magics one after another. She sneered at those happy magics, ripped them out, and threw them away.
やめろ！やめろ！マリア教の魔法を怪我すな！汚い毒素で怪我すんじゃない！
Mammon cried and yelled, but she had no way of reaching Kasumi.
いいじゃない、怪我されちゃえば。魔法の奇跡？幸せにする魔法？ないない、そんなのないってば。痛みと苦しみはね、他人に押し付けてしか癒せないのよ。あんたは確か魔法のお友達とかいうやつだったわよね。スマデラかすみ、こいつのページを開きなさい。
これは何？魔法のお友達ですって。煉獄の七姉妹。物騒な名前。すごい速さで飛んで敵をやっつけてくれるんですって。エンジェ、あなたこんな魔法が使えるなら今すぐ使った方がいいんじゃない？くだらない。
The pages that wrote of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory were also heartlessly torn away. The pages themselves were just paper. They weren't Mammon's vessel or anything. But the tearing, denying toxin burned Mammon from the inside. Mammon's face twisted from the heat and pain.
大丈夫、マモン。しっかり。これくらい平気。私よりエンジ様の方が辛い。
However, Mammon's expression was twisted in unbearable pain and humiliation.
やめろ、黒き魔女！どうして君はそんなことをするんだよ！どうして魔法を幸せのために使えないんだよ！
ああ、あんたも魔法のお友達ね。あんたも怪我してあげるわ。
She's so
ス
evil.
マデラかすみ、こいつのページも探しなさい。
こっちは何？何この下手くそなライオンの落書き。作太郎？変な名前。一番大好きなお友達だって。
Is everything gonna have a weird name to you?
これがあんたの友達？親友？このライオンが？ねえねえ。本当に下手くそな落書き。
こんなブサイクなライオンがあんたなのね。こんなのお友達にしてるなんて、後ろ宮マリアってこの頭のかわいそうさに呆れてへそでお茶が湧いちゃうわ。
神だ。へそかんで死んじゃえば。
うりゅう、マリアをバカに ないで。ダメ。
There was a shrill tearing sound, and the page was filthily ripped out. The picture of Sakutaro that One-chan had drawn was violently ripped in half. Oh, look at this close-up. She's commanding them to? Obeying the pair, the black suits laughed crudely and heartlessly trampled all over the paper that had been torn and thrown away. Those two fuckers are weird, dude. I gotta say it. Those two guys in the black suits.
サクタロ、しっかり。僕、悲しくなんかないよ。ただ、悔しい。マリアのことをバカにされて、何も言えない自分が悔しい。私たちは、見えない人間には、いないも当然。私たちは、必要としてくれる人間としか、交流できない。だから、家具。
As Sakutaro and Mammon supported each other, they slumped down, sobbing. I couldn't stand it either. Only those who can see the world of magic can understand how wonderful it is. It can't be explained to humans who can't understand, and so it is mocked. If only you could show it, but you can't. Because in front of humans who are filled with the anti-magic toxin and who can't understand magic, magic cannot be used.
本当にわけがわかんないわ。この妄想日記、頭がおかしいとしか思えない。あんたのお花畑の頭の中が垣間見えて本当に面白いわ。気持ち悪い子。
あんたもマリアも、そこのぬいぐるみと家具もね。
おかしいわ。あんた友達いないんでしょ。いっつも一人ぼっちでぬいぐるみがお友達なんでしょ。かわいそうな子。
Oh, of course she's gonna
大
like
丈
that.
夫。私にもわかるわよ。そういう生活わかるの。だから私が認めてあげるわ。あんた本当にかわいそうな子よ。
So she's just saying that about herself? She's saying, I understand. I know what it's like to live that way. You really are a pitiful... So she's... Okay. So, to you, she looks like a pitiful child. Yeah, I'm sure she does. If 100 people were to read One-chan's diary and grimoire, all 100 would probably get that same impression. I used to be one of them. But you know, in spite of all that, Maria One-chan still cared. Called this a world of happiness. Don't deny that magic, that happiness.
頑固な子ね、あんたは。いいわ。これで最後よ。あんたとマリアの信じた本当にくだらない魔法の根源を引き裂いてあげるわよ。スマデラかすみ、そのページを読みなさい。
なに？このカラフルなページは。なになに？大好きなママといつまでも仲良しでいられる魔法？
やめて！そのページだけは！
この魔法すんごく簡単じゃない。
私でもすぐできそうだわ。こんなに短い呪文なら私にだって覚えられちゃう。やってみようかしら。本当に簡単な呪文よね。
いいわよ、やってあげなさい。みんなも吹き出しちゃうから。
With expressions that ridiculed it from the bottom of their hearts, the Black Witch and Kasumi puckered their lips in the most exaggerated way they could, and said it out loud. Said it aloud, I mean. No. The black suits stared blankly, asking what that was supposed to be. Then Kasumi answered, cackling.
これがね、呪文なんだって。おかしい。
Are you done, bitch? Or are we gonna be here all day with you ridiculing every single page? The black suits imitated that moaning voice, making fun of it. I'm sure they did. Ooh, ooh. That was the incantation for the magic that would let her always be friends with the mama she loved.
何このバカみたいなの。言うだけで家族仲が良くなるなら世界はずっと平和だわ。バカなうなり声。
こんなの連呼してたら頭のかわいそうなこと思われるのがオチよ。
Huh.
バカじゃない？
You know what? I'm not really paying it much mind. Them making fun of all that shit because it's still in my girl Angie's heart. And they can tear this book apart. They can burn it if they want. She's not gonna forget it. She's gonna hold it. She's gonna hold that in her heart. One day, when Maria, Onechan, and Aunt Rosa had gone on a picnic together, it was written that this was one of the 5 happiest days of her life. And Onechan was singing her mama a song that she had just learned from her. Onechan was happy to see that her mama was enjoying it very much, but partway through, she forgot the lyrics. But her mom was enjoying it so much, so she tried to sing until the very end. With ooh, 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 really? She sung it with fake lyrics, but her mom was very pleased. After that ooh remained as an incantation to remember that days she had spent in fun and happiness with her. Of course, even though Aunt Rosa thought it funny at first, eventually she tired of hearing it, and later on started to scold Onechan whenever she said it. But to Onechan, it was a memory of a fun day that she could never forget. Wow. So among the magics that Maria created, it was the oldest and the first. Kasumi stuck her fingernail into that page too.
やめて、破かないで。そのページだけは許して。
So that's where she got that ooh from. And that's what it meant.
ダメ。
With a shrill sound, a girl's world of happiness was erased.
これがあんたらの幸せな魔法なわけ？笑っちゃう笑っちゃう。幸せになる魔法なんてね、あるわけないでしょ。魔法はね、怒りとね、憎しみでできてるのよ。幸せってのはね、自分の背負わされた憎悪を人に全て押し付けた時にのみ与えられる解放感を言うのよ。あんたたちの言う幸せなんて絵本の中にしか出てこないまやかしなのよ。
As Kasumi's laughed her head off, she slammed the grimoire against the ground and stepped on
悔
it.
しい？ねえ悔しい？幸せの白き魔女さんたち、そんなに悔しかったら見せてみれば？あんたたちの魔法あるなら使ってみせればいいじゃない。魔法が使えない魔女なんて魔女じゃない。 つまり本当の魔女は私たち。あんたたちなんて、魔法の夢で現実から逃避しているだけのクソガキどもなのよ。
じゃあ、魔法を私が見せることができたなら、信じてくれるの？
信じるわよ。魔法を使って見せることができたならね。ならやってみろよ、このクソボケガキ！
あ。Silently, slowly, I stood up. The sensation of the small world, such as the pain in my body, felt truly insignificant.
あら、まだ立てる元気はあったのね。立ち上がって、何をしてみせるの？見せてみなさいよ、魔法。
魔法は、あるわ。
はぁ？この子何を言い出すかと思えば、あんたたち、今の聞いた？静かに！へえ、面白いじゃない。半魔法の毒素を理由に、あんたたちはいつも奇跡の力を拒んできた。白き魔女マリアの弟子。見せてみなさいよ、魔法を。一体どれだけの人間がその奇跡を信じて裏切られていったか知っている？誰もが信じ、誰もが裏切られて絶望した。そして本当の魔法は私たち黒き魔女の力でしか得られないことを知るのよ。
憎しみを誰かにぶつけるのはただの罪。そんなのは魔法じゃないわ。本当の魔法を私が見せてやる。
The Black Witch winced slightly. However, Kasumi sneered at me even more.
なら見せてごらんなさいよ。それであんたはどの魔法を見せてくれるの？飴玉を降らせる魔法？それともクッキーを増やす魔法
The instant I opened my eyes, a tremendous wind arose.
突然。
さあさあ、おいでなさい。煉獄の七姉妹。
There's no fucking way. There was a flash behind me, and in an instant, 7 high-level furniture were gathered there. It was a power that far surpassed the magical power I'd had in my prime. It was a power that matched even Maria Onechan and Beatrice.
煉獄の七姉妹、ここに。
There's no fucking way.
王子様、あなたはかつて言ったわ。私に魔力とその覚悟がないからあなたたちを刺激できなかったのだと。私をいじめるクラスメートに仕返しがしたいなんて、そんな安っぽい感情じゃない。私はマリアお姉ちゃんのマリアージュ・ソルシエルの世界を守るために、今こそ魔法の奇跡を見せることを命令するわ。
無理です。いくらなんでもこれだけ大勢の毒素の前では。
The 7 sisters also remembered what had once happened in that classroom. If they could have obeyed Anji's order, they would have. However, surrounded by the toxin that runs thick in humans, they hadn't been able to display the miracle of magic, and they remembered very well how deeply that had hurt Anji. But Anji spoke very quietly.
なら、あなたたちも信じて。マリアージュ・ソルシエルは人を幸せにするために生まれた。そしてそれは黒き魔女と戦うためでもあった。その創立者の一人、原初の魔女マリア教が生み出した世界を否定する愚かなる黒き魔女に、その奇跡を見せ、その世界を守るために 魔法を魔女を今こそ奇跡を
Kasumi gave an order to the black suits, and one of them took out a gun and pointed it at Angie.
魔法を見せてくれるんでしょ。なら見せてちょうだい。魔法で火の玉でも稲妻でも打ち出してこの男を倒してみせなさいよ。チャンスは一度3つ数えるうちにやってみせなさい。できなければ覚悟してもらうわよ。
打ちなさい。
なんだこのガキイかれてやがるぜ。
The black suit, pointing the gun, laughed at Angie's composure.
本気？こいつ頭の中までお花が咲いてやがる。なら撃たれなさいよ。死んじゃえば。エンジ無理。銃弾は魔法では防げないよ。
いいえ、何も恐れることはないわ。私の魔法は、煉獄の七姉妹は銃弾などものともしない。
エンジ様。
Mammon was flustered by Angie's absolute trust. She would have loved to live up to that trust if only she could, on that day as well. But she had been unable to do anything, and she had hurt Angie.
ガキめ、魔法が使えるってんなら早く見せてみやがるってんだ。どうしたよ、早く魔法を見せてみろってんだ。ほら、遠慮はいらねえぜ。俺にパピョーンと魔法ってやつをお見舞いしてくれよ。
The black suit jeered at her. Suits jeered at her, but Angie simply concentrated her mind in silence.
撃っちゃえば。撃ってみろって言ってるのよ、向こうは。この子恐怖でもう頭がどうかしてるんだわ。バイバイエンジェちゃん。天国で好きなだけ魔女ごっこをしてなさい。撃て。
いいんですか。
おうち死ね。エンジェ。やれるもんならやってみなさいよ、あんたの魔法を。
What is gonna happen? I'm not really sure. The black suits cocked the gun and sneering, he pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, and the world stopped. A red spray scattered, and chunks of flesh flew. I'm guessing it was Amakusa, right? He pulled up.
何をしてるの、マモン。銃弾ごとき無粋な石ころを演者様に許すつもり。
Lucifer had lined up the bullet perfectly, and with a single swing, had sliced it in two. And in the chest of the black suit, who had apparently fired the gun, there was a hole as big as a fist.
たまには私が一番乗りでもいいわよね。
So they're finally real? Half of Leviathan's body was covered with blood as she wore a cold smile. Then slowly, the pitiful prey that she had brought down fell over.
貫いた。バカね。まだあんた信じてないの？私たちの主の魔力。
No way.
これだけの人間の前で権限したっていうの？何？
Kasumi and the rest were thrown into confusion. He certainly seemed to have fired the gun. However, it hadn't hit Angie, and why? Was the person who fired instead?
これが魔法。見事よ、レビアタン。
光栄の至り。我らが主に逆らう愚かなる人間どもよ。今こそひれ伏せ、審判の時。
Oh, she's excited, bitch.
人間の世界に
Oh shit, I fucking hit the
魔法は
mic.
持ち込めないはずなのに。魔法は見えないはずなのに。 触れられないはずなのにどうして。
これが本当の魔法だからよ。
she's not having fun.
何をしてるのよお前たち。殺せ。
One of the black suits had finally come to his senses, pulled his gun, aimed.
我らが主に銃口を覗かせるプレーを死ね。
Lucifer. Those words were his funeral. The man had already been struck through the chest by Lucifer, who had become the stake of pride in an instant. Thump. The sound of the second person falling brought it home to the black suits that their lives were unmistakably in peril. Almost paralyzed with fright, the man turned on his heels in an attempt to escape from that place. And in that instant, the stake of sloth.
我が主への狼藉に対する報い。これ式で済んだことに感謝せよ。死ね！
Okay, a hole as big as a walnut opened in his right eye, and his head split. Blefgor was sprayed with blood, and her face twisted demonically with the joy of being able to use her full power. So they came to her rescue. So they can't see them, but they can still interact with the world. The black suits panicked, pointing their guns in every direction, but they didn't understand what was happening. They only knew that something terrifying was coming for them from somewhere, but they didn't know where.
敵はあんたたちのすぐ目の前にいるわよ。魔女の家具があんたたちを狙ってる。
But they could not see. Because they couldn't believe in magic, they could not see. Just as the Black Witch had said, Satan was standing boldly right in front of the black suits. However, the black suit couldn't see that at all. And she's gonna kill him?
人間に私たちの姿が見えるとでも捉えられるとでも間抜けな人間が魔法に対する畏怖を忘れたる愚かの代償を払うがいい。
何よこれ。何が起こってるの。
あなたには見えない愛がないから。
ありえない。これだけの人間がいて半魔法の毒素をばらまいてるってのにどうして魔法が権限できるの。あんた何者なの。
I thought there was only 2 black
魔
suits.
女よ。あんたと違って本物の。
畜生トローマ
I want to end this Ava bitch so bad, dude. Oh, can we like banish her to as though announcing his candidacy for the 4th victim. One of the black suits pointed his gun at Angie and pulled the. Angie glared at him coldly and simply ordered.
次サタン。
今度のサタンすでにここに。ならばが今の園児様と私たち銃弾ごときが当たると思うか。
And guns are supposed to be like the most anti-magic shit ever, right? I haven't forgotten that. The stake of wrath pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit and continued straight on towards the man's face.
己が愚かすうち地獄で後悔せよ。死ね。
With a terrible explosive sound, the upper half of the man's head was smashed. Bathed in scattered flesh and blood, Angie quietly asked one more time.
ねえ、かすみおばさん。まだ信じる気にならないの。
こんなバカなことあるわけないでしょ。認めないわ。魔法なんてあるわけがない。そうよ。魔法なんてあるわけがない。魔女なんているわけがない。魔法はあるよ。
Oh
魔女はいる
shit!
よ。そうよ。魔法はあるの。魔女はいるのよ。そしてこの怒りと悲しみで満ちた世界は幸せの世界への扉を開く鍵にできるの。あんたなんかにそれを否定させない。幸せな世界への鍵は みんなの手に握られてるんだ。それを奪う資格は誰にもないんだ。
それを理解できぬ哀れな人間よ。そなたの人生に魔法の力があったのに、もっと違った穏やかなものになっていただろう。そなたがその生涯において本当の魔女と出会えなかったことを私は哀れむ。
Kasumi let out a piercing scream. At the same time, the two remaining black suits came for me at once and thrusted their guns against my head, like they were trying to use me as a hostage against something their eyes couldn't see. Against the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, high-level furniture, who had now reached the level of weapons, this was completely and totally pointless.
畜生、どこにやがるんだ。攻撃をやめねえとこの天の命はねえぞ。姿を現しやがれ。
何言ってんのこいつ。美味しそうな腹渡をしてるくせに。園児様、次は私にお任せを。
許す。殺せ。
ありがたき幸せ。死ね
The man's chest split and his guts poured out. This terrible way of dying threw the other man into a total panic. However, Asmodeus' form was already at his back, embracing his neck with her arm and smiling obscenely.
かわいい。ねえねえ、どこを貫いてほしい？園児様、ご希望はございますか？
頭。
かしこまりました。
死ね。
Wow, bitch. Total 180. The final black suit had his head smashed by the stake of lust. As his inside scattered, he twisted and fell. In that gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of blood, witch and human confronted each
す
other.
まではかすみ。そなたの哀れなる人生に、その胸への心の穴を塞げる魔法を授けてみよう。そなたがその魔法を信じるならば。
バカなこと言わないで。こんなの私は認めない。
Why do I feel like she's gonna run off the cliff and die? As Kasumi slowly retreated backwards, scared out of her wits, she picked up a handgun that someone had dropped. Then, shaken, she pointed it at Angie.
そうよ、かすみ。その銃で撃ちなさい。あんたの憎しみを銃弾に変えて放ちなさい。殺してやる。殺してやる。あんたを殺さなきゃ私の人生は報われないのよ。
It already is, bitch!
引き金を引いて。あいつにあんたのみすぼらしい今日までの全ての怒りを全部叩きつけてやるの。そうでなきゃあんたは痛みと苦しみから解放されないのよ。
やめて、かすみおばさん。黒き魔女に耳を貸してはダメ。
殺してやる。殺してやる。あんたの母親のせいで私の人生はめちゃくちゃ。
なら私の魔法でその人生をこれから少しずつ明るく穏やかなものにもできるかもしれない。あなたが魔法を信じ心を入れ替えさえすれば、あなたに新しい世界への扉を開いてあげられるの。
そんなものはないわ。あいつの言う救いなんてどうせおとぎ話の中だけよ。あんたの人生はもはや死ぬまでトゲまみれ。その苦痛の叫びをあいつに聞かせてやりなさい。失ったものは何も取り返せないのよ。そうでしょ、スマデラカスミ。
そうね、何も取り返せないかもしれない。でもきっと新しく何かを生み出すことができる。
Yes.
だからかすみおばさん、その銃を捨ててかすみおばさんに幸せな世界を教えてあげられるかもしれ
She's
ない。
not gonna pull the fucking trigger. She's not. I know she is. She isn't.
私は ね。あんたの母親が逃げたせいで、あんたの母親のいい名付けと身代わりに結婚させられたのよ。将来を誓い合った男がいたのよ。別れさせられたのよ。あんたの母親の代わりと継がされて、話もろくにしたことがない男とちぎりを交わさせられた私の気持ちが分かるっての。殺してやりたかった。なのに姉さんは勝手に死んだ。
Okay.
だからあんたを殺すの。そうでなきゃ私のトゲまみれの人生は終わらないのよ。
Okay, that sucks. But still, I actually got nothing to do with that. From Kasumi's eyes, frenzied tears dripped down. This poor woman. Even she had such clear and beautiful tears. She's so tortured, but for that very reason, she hadn't been able to withstand her sad pain, and had no choice but to listen to the Black Witch's temptation.
かわいそう。ならばせめてあなたの魂を永遠に解放し、連鎖の鎖から解き放ってあげる。それが今の私にできる唯一の施しかもしれない。
死ねー、後ろ見合えんじゃ
Oh God.
かすみおばさん、静かな世界でゆっくりと休んで。
I no longer feel any anger or hatred towards you. I just want to let your soul rest in peace. Kasumi's handgun spat fire. Slowly, that bullet continued through a world frozen to the utmost limit, making its way towards Anji's forehead.
マモン、
強欲のマモン、ここに。
ありがとう。あなたたちと作太郎に出会えたから、私は全てを理解できた。
エンジェ。
作太郎は後ろを向いていなさい。マモン、その女を解放してあげて、そしてマリアージュ・ソルシエルの名誉を守れ。
はい、覚悟せよスマデラカスミ。
Even though the world was frozen, the stake of greed flashed like lightning, and was already through Kasumi and out the other side.
貴様に多少の得があるなら、再び煉獄の山で相まみえようぞ。死ねー。
The upper half of Sumadera Kasumi's head shattered. Her cage of flesh was broken, and she was finally released. Man, we're finally done with that bullshit, but I feel like it wasn't completely done because we didn't deal with all that hatred. But again, how could we deal with that shit? There's only like we would have to deal with our entire life's worth of anger up until now in an instant. There's no way we could fucking cover all of that. Make her
黒
feel
き魔
better.
女、今となってはあなたにエヴァおばさんの面影を見ていることさえ彼女に申し訳なく思うわ。
私の姿が未だに後ろ宮エヴァに見えているなら、それはあんたの中で未だに私が許せてないということだわ。わかっているのよ、エンジェ。あんただってトゲまみれの人生から解放されたくて仕方がないの。なら、面白いことを思いついたわ。私も、あんたに魔法を見せてあげる。あんたを殺すのは私じゃないわ。
With the worst smile on her face, the Black Witch changed her form into something like a black mist, or else a vast swarm of black flying insects, which began to swirl around me. Then, that black mist began to amass bit by bit, shaping itself into the form of a
何
human.
の真似？
うすうすは想像がついてるくせに、あんたが最も憎み 恨んだあの女よ。そして女もあなたを最も恨み憎んだ。
When the black mist cleared, over there was Aunt Ava's form as she had been while alive. In her hands, she was holding a gun.
エヴァおばさんは死んだわよ。
お久しぶりねエンジェ。あんたを殺すために地獄から戻ってきたわよ。
Aunt Ava glared at me, laughing madly.
でもあまり驚かないわ。エヴァおばさんそういう人だったし。
私のお葬式はさぞや気分が晴れ晴れしたでしょう。
Is this actual? Listen, I'm getting a little confused. Is this actually Ava? Or is this just the witch taking her form and acting like her just to piss us off?
私も晴れ晴れしていたわよ。あんたの面を二度と見なくて済むようになるんだからね。でもたった一つだけ心残りがあったわ。それがこれよ。
私をそれが最後の遺言だったの。
How pitiful. Ava, even after death, Aunt wasn't released from her suffering.
黒き魔女の力こそが私の魔法の源泉だったわ。怒りと憎しみが私に努力と不屈を教えてくれた。それはあんたの言う現実逃避の魔法とは全く違うの。
Okay, so this is
あ
the
んた
real
の
Ava.
言う魔法なんてただの八つ当たりによるストレス解消だわ。私たちの魔法は違う。世界そのものを作り変えるの。あんたの性悪魔法とは全く格が違う。
なら黒と白のどちらが勝つかこの場で決着をつけてあげる。死してなお黒き魔法で復活してあんたをこうして重厚で狙える私の奇跡にあんたの白き魔法はどんな奇跡で対抗を。半魔法の毒素であなたを取り込んだわ。七姉妹はもう二度と呼べないわよ。さっきの奇跡はもう起こらない。
それでも起こるから魔法って言うんだわ。いいわよマモン、私に力を貸して。
But Mammon didn't respond. She didn't appear. Certainly, as she said, the anti-magic toxin had burned everything up like a wasteland patched by a blazing sun. This might be a little tough.
呼びかけても無駄よ。もう二度と煉獄の七姉妹は答えない。
だからそれでも呼べるから魔法なのよね。
哀れねエンジェ。さようなら。あんたとのささやかな日々はそこそこに楽しかったわ。これでお別れ。よかったわね。あんたの終着駅がここ。
ええ、全くよ。気が利くわね。
ありがとう。それじゃお別れな。
The barrel of the gun slowly rose slowly, so that you could see all the way downwards, and the trigger was slowed. Then, there was a loud bang from the gun. Not in the sense that it fired, it exploded. You're kidding me. In shock, inside frozen space, Ava looked at the exploded gun. When time unfroze, the fragments that would probably smash into her face, all at once.
強欲のマモン、ここに。バック。
Behind Ava's back, Mammon stood. She had already penetrated the target I had given her, which was the gun.
これで魔法は十分エヴァおばさん。
エンジェ、
What was that? Then, time unfroze. Fragments of the ruptured gun and gunpowder gas burned her face. Letting out a shrill scream, she rolled around covering her face. It was pitiful.
運がなかったわね。これでゲームオーバーよ、エヴァおばさん。
I signaled to Mammon to free Ava quickly from her pain as she writhed around with her burnt
あり
face.
がとう、マモ。あの日の教室で、あなたたちの無力を罵ったことを、今こそ、心の底より、そして再び謝るわ。あなたたちは、魔女を守るための優秀な家具だった。
こちらこそ感謝します。良き魔女に、良き主に最後に出会え、家具の本分を尽くせたことを心より光栄に思います。
Mammon understood. This would be the final job I would ever give her. Wow, really? No, there's no way it's ending. Mammon quietly walked close. Then she looked down
エ
upon
ヴァお
her.
ばさん、今日まで付き合ってくれてありがとう。これでお別れよ。Have a nice dream. See you hell.
Then, the light sound of her forehead being perforated rang out. The battle of gunpowder, smoke, delirium, and white and black magic was over. It felt like it had been a long, truly long journey, and the world slowly sank into darkness. The stars that should be sparkling lay not in the sky, but were scattered beneath me. When I recognized that the pearls and rubies were creating a river of white and red, I realized that it was a vast nighttime scene that was spread out below me. I was in the sky of that nighttime scene, neither standing nor flying, but simply floating in the air. From nowhere in particular, I could hear the sound of one person clapping. A truly dull applause. I understood. It was the one who ordered me to go on this journey, Burn Castell.
おめでとう。無限の魔女エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ。あなたは旅路の末に魔法のすべてを理解したわ。
ええ、私は今や魔法のすべてを理解した。私は魔女よ。マリアージュ・ソルシエルが生み出した魔法世界を継承した最後の魔女。
あなたにしかベアトリーチェの世界を切り裂けない。
魔法を知るからこそそれに抵抗も覚えるわ。魔法は愛と悲しみと怒りでできている。ベアトリーチェがどんなに残酷な魔女であったとしても、その魔法の源泉は全く同じ。だからこそ彼女のその世界は、ほんと少なくとも彼女にとってその世界は完成しているのだから。
あなたが家族を諦められるならね。
そうだから申し訳ないけれど、私は戦わなければならない。家族を取り戻せるかもしれないわずかな確率に勝てて魔女となる旅に出たのだから。
ベアトリーチェを殺さない限り、あなたには孤独な世界しか存在しない。それは100億のかけらを旅して私が保証する。
分かってるわ。同情してる余地なんて。心を鬼にして彼女の心を切り裂かなくてはならない。
その気持ちが揺るぎないならよかったわ。同じ魔女同士、情が移って志をくじくんじゃないかと心配した。
Okay, so this was all coming from a person like her, whose face was almost always expressionless. Those words felt a bit hollow. Burn Castell, the enigmatic witch who invited me on this journey.
私、あなたが嘘をついてたんじゃないかと疑ってたことがあったわ。
どうして？
私は1998年のエンジェだから、 家族を救っても、それは1986年のエンジェが救われるだけ。この私が救われるわけじゃない。だから騙されていると思っていたことがあるの。
So now my girl is gonna fight Beatrice?
その通り、私はあなたを騙したの。
でも今は感謝してる。だってあなたは私に家族の取り戻し方を結局は教えてくれたもん。
私は何も教えてないわ。それを知ったのだとして、それはあなたが魔女として自ら至った境地だ。それは私のそれとは違う境地。私に理解はできないけれど、もしもそうならばおめでとう。
私はこのゲームのプレイヤーではなく駒だとあなたは私に言ったわよね。
言ったの。
その役割を今こそ完全に理解した。駒に感情はいらない。ただ勝利のために最善を尽くせばいい。
その通り。ゲームは最善手を差し合うものでしょう。躊躇や戸惑いで差し手をおかしくしてから対戦相手が混乱する。
Sorry, Beatrice, but don't hold it against me. Ushiromiya Anji still needs her family, so I have the right to fight you so that I can take them back. And you have the responsibility to accept my challenge, so please don't hold it against me. In exchange, if you do win in this game, I'll give you my blessings as well. Now let's go. As the peace I am, it's finally time for my true turn. Sorry, Beatrice. I can't hand Oni-chan over to you. The world whitened. It wasn't white. It was the blindingly bright color of gold. That place was the beautiful Ushiromiya family rose garden. This is it? It looked so different. However, the roses were all gold. The nectar was also golden. The butterflies gathered there were gold as well. This is the Golden Lands. The promised land that the witches of Mirage Sorcery would ultimately be guided to. There, all wishes come true and all magic and dreams come into being. In that garden of gold roses were two and only two witches. At my uninvited appearance, the atmosphere trembled with unrest. What was to them an ominous wind shook the golden roses. The incredibly beautiful scene formed by the golden rose petals scattering in the wind was without a doubt something not of this world. Then the two who had been taking a walk through the golden roses noticed me and reacted in surprise.
どうやってここへ。引き取られよ。わらはもうここへは誰も招かぬの。
Beato spoke coldly. She seemed like a completely different person from the boldly sneering woman she had once been. She had closed off her heart and shut herself up in a world where she was alone with Maria One-chan. A world where she could always be alone with friendly Maria One-chan, conversing about magic while drinking tea. No one to hurry them and nothing to hold them back. A world where not a single person who might hurt them existed. Yes, to the two of them, that was a small and complete universe.
悪いわね。あんたにここに引きこもられちゃ困るのよ。私たちはあんたが戻ってこなきゃゲームが進まないの。
わらわは飽きたからやめたと。もうゲームには戻らん。
ベアとはね、ずっとここでマリアと一緒にいるの。ここで一緒にお茶を飲んでね、いろいろな遊びを考えるの。エンジェも一緒に遊んでいいんだよ。
マリア、それはならぬと言ったはず。わらわにはそなただけがいればいい。だからそなたもわらわだけがいればよいと言っておくれ。
ありがとう。マリアをそこまで必要としてくれる人はベアトだけだよ。ならベアトと一緒にいよ
So my boy Battler actually did get fucking erased. Okay.
二人きりでいい。
Beato held Maria tight, even creating a small, warm universe within their joined arms. It was probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. The smallest universe in the world, which a pair who needed each other could create. No matter how small it was, that world was complete. But I have to tear it apart.
悪いけど、そういうわけにはいかないの。私はこのマリアージュ・ソルシエルの黄金鏡をぶっ壊しにやってきたわ。わらわの世界を壊すのか。この世界がわらわとマリア以外の誰に迷惑をかけたというのか。あんたが初めて終わらせずにほったらかしたゲームでお兄ちゃんがずっと待たされてる。あんたが席に戻らなくちゃ勝負は永遠に終わらないのよ。あのゲームにもはやプレイヤーは一人もおらぬわ。バトルは消え去り、わらわもまた消え去り。
So my boy is my boy can't be.
あのゲームはもはや終わったの。終わってない。あんたの始めたゲームでしょ。最後まできっちり責任を持って終わらせなさい。バトラーを打ち負かし、あなたが本当に望んだ世界を生み出すか、あなたが打ち負かされあなたの魔法に飲み込まれた全てを解放するか、しっかり最後まで責任を取りなさい。
ダメだよエンジ。ベアとはこの世界でマリアと永遠に二人きりで過ごすの。
For eternity, won't you get bored of
マ
each
リア
other?
もベアとさえいれば他には何もいらないの。ここでは全ての願いが叶う。全てがある。
This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Maria Onechan and Beatrice's thoughts and feelings. To drag Beato out of this world, I have to destroy it. Destroy this golden land, which must be the final world of peace for Beatrice.
お姉ちゃん、それは違う。
So this is how it
こ
looks.
の黄金鏡は嘘つきだわ。お姉ちゃんの本当に叶えたい願いを叶えてくれていない。
そんなことないよ。ここでは何でも叶うの。見て、ここには優しいママだっている。
Really? Wow. Gold butterflies gathered behind Maria, forming into a kindly, smiling Aunt Rosa. And after smiling sweetly at me, she softly became gold petals and crumbled.
ここでは何だって生み出せるの。エンジだって生み出せるよ。バトラだって、ジョージお兄ちゃんだって、ジェシカお姉ちゃんだって。いくらでも呼び出せるよ。みんな優しくしてくれるよ。エンジもおいでよ。一緒に遊ぼう。
Sorry, Onechan.
作太郎は
Upon hearing Sakutaro's name, Onechan's face looked like she was choking.
よせ、その名を口にするな。
Beato's expression changed as well, and she put her arm around Maria, hugging her as if to protect her. Sakutaro's name was still a taboo for Onechan.
どうして口にしちゃいけないの。マリアお姉ちゃんの一番の親友の名前よ。どうしてその親友をこの素敵な黄金鏡に招いてあげないの。どうしてこの何でも願いの叶う黄金鏡では作太郎だけ呼び出すことができないの。それは良いのだぞマリア。作太郎のことを思い出さなくても。
作太郎はママに殺されたんだよ。
Maria Onechan flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, butterflies flew up through the garden, blowing around like a typhoon of flower petals.
知ってるわ、ローザおばさんは大切な作太郎のぬいぐるみを引き裂いたわ。
Maria's scream became a storm and violently scattered the gold petals and leaves. It was truly a storm of gold.
やめよやめよやめよやめよなぜマリアの心の傷を再び引き裂こうとするのか
So you can fight me, that's
マリア
why.
の大切な親友の眠りを汚すな
ならどうしてその大切な親友をあなたの魔法で蘇らせてあげないの？
それができるものならやっているしかしあのぬいぐるみはローザによる手作りの品そのたった一つが引き裂かれた魔法的意味は
ごまかさないで。どうして作太郎が蘇らせられないの？答えは一つだわ。あなたが本当の魔女じゃないからよ。
Oh?
蘇らせられるとわらわの魔法でいくらでもこうして蘇らせられると作太郎でこの庭園を埋めることだってできようぞ
ええ、できるでしょうね。あなたの魔法では。でもあなたの生み出した作太郎は決してお姉ちゃんには見えない。どうしてか分かってるでしょ？もう一度言うわ。あなたが本当の魔女でないからなのよ。
やめてどうしてエンジはそんなひどいことばかり
Yeah, she just showed up and just started talking shit to both of them.
魔法が使えるよ
Disturbing their peace.
サクタロだけは蘇らせられなかったけど他のことなら何だってできるのだからサクタロだけはできるの
お姉ちゃん、それは違うわ。魔女にできないことなんてないの。それができない時点でベアトリーチェは本当の魔女じゃないわ。
それは違うよサクタロのよりしろのぬいぐるみはママの手作りの特別なものだから
だから蘇らせられないの？ベアトリーチェのあなたの魔法はそんなにも不便なの？
ならば
Talking shit so much, man.
作
Angie.
太郎を蘇ら
She's
せられ
just
るという
bullying
のか
Beatrice.
そなたの魔法ならば
できるわ。マリアお姉ちゃん、私が本当の魔法を見せてあげるわ。私が作太郎を蘇らせてあげる。
本当ベアトリーチェもできなかったんだよ本当に
ええ、できる。その代わり約束して。私が作太郎を蘇らせてあげたなら、この黄金鏡からで
Fuck, I keep skipping it on accident.
そんなことは許さぬここはわらわとマリアの世界マリアがいなくなったら壊れてしまう
The minimum amount of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. If that breaks down, the world is destroyed. To drag out the witch who shut herself away in the Golden Land, I have to destroy this
そう
world.
それこそがあなたが魔女でない証拠よ。本当の魔女なのね。宇宙は一人で生み出せるのよ。マリアージュ・ソルシエール魔女同盟。この同盟の存在自体があなたが魔女でないことの証になっている。
嫌だ
Wow, is she. What?
渡さぬ
I've never seen her face like
そ
that.
なたは嫌いだ今すぐに帰れここから出て行け
勝手にみんなをゲームに引きずり込んでおいて、自分は機嫌一つで飽きたり追い出したり、なんて自分勝手なの。見なさい、ベアトリーチェ、そしてマリアお姉ちゃん。これが本当の魔法なのよ。
本当にサク太郎を蘇らせられるの
できるわけがないここはわらわとマリアの二人だけの黄金鏡部外者のそなたに使える魔法など一つもない今のそなたには超一匹生み出すことさえかなわぬわ
静かにしてベアトエンジを邪魔しないで
Wow. Okay. Damn, Maria. I'd expect her to snap back at Beatrice. Maria yelled. The storm abruptly stopped and the area returned to silence. As the massive amount of gold petals that had been blown upward quietly drifted down, that scene looked so fantastical, as though a golden snow was falling. Maria, thinking about this unlikely, if only miracle, unconsciously joined her hands together as though praying. Beato's heart raced as she watched Maria do this. If the extremely unlikely were to happen, Maria would. This world would. But it's inconceivable, and an absolute impossibility. That stuffed animal, the only one of its kind in the world, was torn apart and thrown away, and not a thread remained. Reviving it is an absolutely certain impossibility. This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist.
できるものならやってみろ、後ろ宮エンジ
As at Beato's scream, the world lost its sound. I slowly recited the incantation for true magic.
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。マリアの親友の作太郎。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか、あなたがどんなに愛くるしいぬいぐるみだったのか、思い出してごらんなさい。
No way. Expressions of shock rose to both of their faces. Then, pushing Beato's elbow aside, Maria dashed forward. Sakutaro. Then, she threw her arms around him and me both.
大丈夫。作太郎は消えないよ。
ウリュウ、マリア、ただいま。作太郎、作太郎。作太郎、会いたかった。
It was unmistakably that lion, that Sakutaro's stuffed animal. Maria had forgotten its softness, its texture, its stitches, its everything. But, in the instant she hugged the stuffed animal, everything came back to her vividly.
ウリュウ、マリア、ただいま。作太郎、作太郎、体は平気なの？どこも痛くない？あんなにひどいことされたのにどこも平気なの？ウリュウ、エンジェが魔法で蘇らせてくれたから全然平気なの。よかった、よかった。おかえり、作太郎。もうマリアといつまでも一緒だよ。永遠に一緒だよ。だから僕を離さないでね。
So my boy is fine. Okay, now then what?
離さないよ。
Huh.
永遠に。
Then, still hugging Sakutaro, she looked up at me with tear-filled eyes.
ありがとう、エンジェ。エンジェの魔法はすごい。どうして作太郎を蘇らせることができたの？ベアトにもできなかったのに。
ありえぬ、ありえぬ。どうしてわらわの黄金鏡でわらわ以外の人間が魔法を使えるのか。こんなことは断じてありえぬ。
何をうろたえているのよ、ベアトリーチェ。これが魔法でしょ。 魔法のわけがない。ここはわらわの黄金鏡。わらわ以外の魔法は絶対に存在できない世界。
So how did it
わら
work?
は魔法で作太郎を蘇らせることはできなかった。できるはずがないのだ。そのぬいぐるみは特別なぬいぐるみ。ローザが娘の誕生日のために作った世界でたった一つのね、魔法でしょ。
She's throwing. She couldn't say it. With this miracle that she could not possibly accept, Beato understood all of my magic, and she looked at Maria and Sakutaro's innocently frolicking around, looking at me, and then fell to her knees, with even her hands pressed to the ground, and cried.
ベアトリーチェ、これは本当に魔法なんだよね。魔法なんだよね。ベアトリーチェ。
魔法であるぞ。それこそが本当の魔法であるぞ。
どうしてベアトにもできない魔法を園児が使えるの？どうして園児すごい。園児はすごい魔女。マリアなんかよりもずっとすごい本当の魔女だよ。
ええ、そうよ、お姉ちゃん。私は反言の魔女ヘンジ。
Yes, I forgot about her
私
title.
に蘇らせられないものはないわ。
すごいよ、す
The
ごい。
Witch of fucking
反論の
Resurrection.
魔法って一番難しいってベアトも言ってたのに。園児はすごい。本当の大魔女なんだ。
At that moment, Maria and Sakutaro's form flashed gold, and the two became gold flower petals and crumbled away. Ah yes, we're gonna leave this place, right? As the two became a golden wind and swirled together, they left for some other place of peace. Beato had, as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Land. Wow. Banished? So now what is gonna happen to her?
マリアお姉ちゃん、そしていつまでもお幸せに。大丈夫よ。お姉ちゃんの世界にも必ずあなたはいるわ。でもそれはあなたのことじゃない。よかったわ、マリア。わらわはそなたの親友としてその再会を。
On Beato's face was a mixture of what was probably every expression a human could muster. That expression, it was joy, it was anger, it was sadness.
それが魔法の根源よね。愛がなければ、悲しみがなければ、怒りがなければ、魔法は見えない。
The ground shook, an earthquake. It gradually caused greater and greater fissures, and began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart. Golden butterflies fluttered about trying to escape, but there was nowhere to escape to. Not for Beatrice. The golden land began to crumble away. The earth gave way like a floor falling through, and Beatrice was sucked into the depths of the jet black darkness. Then she was mercilessly slammed against a jet black floor. It was a small, nondescript, very dimly lit smoking room. There was no door to exit by, and while there were windows, they let no light into this place, Beatrice's smoking room. Is that what this place is called? Even as Beato moaned from the pain of being slammed against that cold, hard floor, she shakily rose to her feet. A seat was there, and the game table, still just as it had been when she had left it. The game board, too, was preserved in the same state in which Beato had abandoned it.
そこがあなたの席よ。座りなさい。わらわに座るべき席はここしかない。
Beato put a hand against her own seat and laughed sadly.
勝つか負けるか。 あなたに与えられるのはそれだけよ。それに行き着く過程での引き分けは許されるでしょう。でも中断して投げ出すことだけは許さない。勝って生き残るか負けて消え去るか、そのどちらかになるまであなたはその席を立つことなんて許されない。それが魔女のゲームのホストである黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの唯一の務めでしょ。
Wow, dude. We're fucking here. My girl Angie did all that shit. She managed to pull off all of this shit. I never thought this was laughing weakly. Beato sat down. Then she rested her elbows on the table, covered her face with both hands, and managed to put together a smile with just her
バ
mouth.
テぬゲームを逃げることは許されぬ。ならばよかろう。わらわが負けるまで繰り返そうではないか。
何よ気弱な。勝ちなさいよ。あなたの最善手を尽くしなさい。あなたが始めたゲーム、あなたには最善手を指す義務がある。いい加減に優柔不断にふざけるのはやめて。
Just then, there was a heavy sound. Beato felt a cold, pitiful sensation on her leg.
捕まえた。やっと捕まえたわよ、ベアト。
Did she just chain her?
おや、大ラムダデルタ教ではないか。まだおられたとはな。
Beato's foot was locked in an ice-cold steel shackle. I knew it. Fastening her to the chair she sat in. She would no longer be able to escape from this seat. Even if she turns to butterflies?
もう逃げられないんだからね。私こう見えてもしつこいの。意外でしょ。
自覚がなかった方が意外であるわ。
あんたには中座も中断も許されてないのよ。永遠に戦うのよ。勝つためにね。負けたくはないでしょ。負けたらどんな素敵な世界に叩き落とされるか、ちょっぴりだけ覗いてみたい。大丈夫よ。勝てるわよ。この大ラムダデルタ教があんたが勝つまでつきっきりで永遠に面倒を見てあげるから。
しかし戦いたくとも
Yes, what happened to my
対
boy?
戦相手はおらぬぞ。
Is he just gonna appear again since she appeared?
大丈夫よ。バトラーを見つけてきたよ。
Our battler. The original battler? When Bernkastel appeared and clapped her hands, Battler appeared from the sky and plopped into the opposite chair. Battler's eyes were slightly open, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll. Without the one pillar that established his soul, he had fallen into the very deep depths of darkness and had been drifting about all this time. By rights, he should have disappeared and vanished like mist. Bernkastel had managed to scrape him together. It was surprising that she had managed to bring him back into a human form. However, even though his body had returned, his soul had not. It was blown away when his existence was denied by Beatrice. It wouldn't come back easily. Just like how he denied her.
この戦いは逃げないわ。あんたに勝つまでに勝ち目がなくなってきたから全て投げ出して逃げるなんて、そんな無粋を許しはしない。彼だってそんなことを望んではいないわ。でしょ、後ろ宮バトル。
The real or Battler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly at the question, but he couldn't answer.
バトラー、しっかり。あなたはここにいるわよ。そして敵は目の前にいる。戦って勝つために。
Battler lazily and incoherently parroted her words. He was back, but the trauma inflicted on his soul was no small thing. That was only natural. Beatrice had woven her red, and he had been denied. He had learned that the mother he had respected was not his birth mother, and he didn't know who he was.
自分は後ろ宮バトラではない。
バカなこと言ってんじゃないわ。あんたは他の誰でもない後ろ宮バトラよ。誰が認めようと否定しようと、あなたがそれを信じなさい。あなたの世界はね、 あなただけが作れるのよ。
Dude, oh, okay, yes, okay, fuck.
あなたが後ろ宮バトラである世界を失わないで。
俺は誰なんだよ。おふくろの子じゃないんだぜ。俺はどこから生まれてきたんだよ。
Battler asked while gazing lazily up at the ceiling, with eyes that still hadn't regained their sparkle. Of course, she answered right away.
ええ、そうね。レアートが赤き真実で宣言したわ。だから私も宣言する。後ろ宮バトラは後ろ宮アツムの息子ではないわ。
So, that's no.
なれば我がゲームの対戦相手の資格はないではないか。
ベアトリーチェに復唱要求。後ろ宮バトラは後ろ宮金蔵の孫ではない。
As Beato wrinkled her forehead, a pained smile rose to her
復
face.
唱拒否ね。ベアトが宣言した2つの赤き真実。バトラはアスムの息子ではない。そして金蔵の孫であるバトラにしか対戦相手の資格がない。これに矛盾せずにバトラに資格を認められるのは以下の仮説よ。これが私の青き真実。
Okay, Blue Truth, finally!
ベアとの対戦相手の資格は金蔵の孫である後ろ宮バトラであって、アスムの息子であるか否かは問題ではない。すなわちあなたはアスムの息子でなくても金蔵の孫であることはできる。ルドルフの息子でさえあるならば。
くだらない言葉遊びよね。
Honestly.
青き真実有効レアと赤き真実での反論に赤き真実で受けられないならバトラの対戦資格は何の問題もない。
Battler was still out of it. He still couldn't really understand what she was saying for him. But even so, his spirit was starting to come back bit by bit. There he is,
じ
finally.
ゃあ俺は誰なんだよ。
しっかりなさい。あんたは後ろ宮バトラ。確かにアスムお母さんがあなたを産んだわけではないかもしれない。
Then who the fuck did?
だから何？あなたにとって母親であることに何も変わりはないでしょ。
He still doesn't know where's his origins.
あなたにとって後ろ宮エンジェは何？血は繋がってないかもしれないけど、それでも妹でしょ。血じゃないでしょ。絆でしょ。
そりゃそうさ。エンジェは血が繋がってなくても妹だ。
赤で言ってエンジェは妹だって言って。
What is she?
俺の妹だ。
She hugged Battler, who was still out of it, and slumped in his chair, strongly from behind him, so strongly that it hurts.
どういう事情でアスムお母さんがあなたの生みのお母さんじゃないかはわからない。でもあなたは今日まで、そして今でも母親だと信じてるでしょ。世の中にはね、母親さえ家族さえいない人だって大勢いるのよ。アスムお母さんはあなたを寂しがらせたことがある？ないでしょ。あなたの平和だった家族を簡単に捨て去らないで。あんたは6年も家族の元から離れてたから家族の絆が希薄すぎるのよ。もっともっと家族の絆を強く感じて思い出して。アスムお母さんのためにもこんなくだらない魔女の妄言で愛情を失わないで。
そうさ。おふくろはいつだってここはどこだよ。くれよ、帰りてえよ。俺の家族はみんなはどこなんだよ。
The light still hadn't returned to Battler's eyes, but tears formed
お
there.
家であなたの妹が帰りを待ってるわ。せめてあなただけでも帰ってあげないと。彼女はいつまでも一人ぼっち。妹のためにもど どうか魔女のゲームに勝って。
エンジ、俺の妹。でもよ、
So he still remembers her.
どうして俺はベアトとこんなわけのわかんねえ残酷なゲームを永遠に繰り返さなきゃならねえんだ。もう嫌だ。
なら早くこんなゲームに決着をつけて。後ろ宮バトラー、いつまでこんなところで遊んでいるの。妹が帰りを待ってるわよ。
That's right. Battler was caught up in the strange game before he even knew it. And unable to understand what he was fighting for, he was taken along at the witch's pace, toyed with and made to fight for a very long time. That should have been the simplest and first question. Not understanding that is why he loses his purpose for fighting. It's why my voice doesn't reach his ears. What he needs is not some vague purpose like winning against the witch or because she's unforgivable. He needs to become aware of a purpose for which he must win.
そうだ、帰りたい。親父やおふくろ、エンジェのところに帰りたい。もう嫌だ。ここは嫌だ。もう魔女は嫌だ。ゲームも殺人も嫌だ。嫌だ。嫌だ。
バトラの魂が戻りかけてる。
でもあとちょっとが届いたよね。
もう嫌でしょ。なら家族の元へ帰るためにも戦って、ベアトリーチェを打ち破って帰ってきて。
嫌だ。もう魔女は嫌だ。ベアトも嫌だ。どいつもこいつも嫌だ。お前も嫌だ。お前だってどうせきっと魔女の仲間だ。
Oh, he's going with that theory?
いつまた裏切るかもわからない。何も信用できない。赤くない言葉は何も信用できない。俺に構うな。構うな。
Oh my boy, Battler's soul howled. She hugged his head from behind, so tightly that it hurts.
早く帰ってきて、お兄ちゃん。私を一人ぼっちにしないで。
お前、
私よ、エンジェよ。お父さんもお母さんもお兄ちゃんも誰も帰ってこない。寂しいよ。お願いだから早く帰ってきて。
Oh, that's so sweet.
エンジ、お前エンジェだったのか。
そうよ、エンジェよ。誰も帰ってこない世界の後ろ宮エンジェ。私の家族は全てあの日の六軒島から帰ってこない。目の前のあの魔女が家族を全て、お兄ちゃんさえも奪い取ってしまった。お兄ちゃんだけがあいつをやっつけられる。あいつをやっつけて、そして家族を取り戻して、そして私のところに帰ってきて。
ベアトが俺の家族。
She did.
そう。逃げも隠れもせぬ。わらわが後ろ宮エンジェが家族を奪った。バトラはわらわの玩具。その父親も母親もすべて玩具。そなたには返さぬ。永遠に一人ぼっち。帰らぬ家族の帰りを待ってさまよい続けるがいい。
From Angie's arms that held him, the very painful, sad, and lonely days that his little sister, left all alone, had gone through, flowed into battle. Because he had been playing around in a place like this, his little sister has been left all alone and had been forced to endure such painful days.
エンジェ、エンジェ、くそ。俺は何をやって
So
たん
now we
だ。
got the fight put back in him. I'm still wondering, what does he mean by he's not Asumu? That can't be
お兄ちゃん
true.
は大切なことをずっと忘れていた。
Battler tried to turn around, but Angie was clutching his head with an incredible force so he couldn't. Sweat? Hot drops splashed from the back of Battler's neck. What they were, he discovered by holding Angie's arm as she clung to him. Because it stained Battler's hand, his fingers red.
大丈夫かおい
Is she holding him so tight? It dripped and splashed. He didn't know what was going on. Battler couldn't tell for sure because he couldn't turn around. But the hot drop staining his entire back was surely blood.
助けるためにここに来るために唯一守らなきゃいけないルールがあったの。それがこれ。お兄ちゃんに私が演者だと知られてしまうこと。
No.
辛かったよ。お兄ちゃんが目の前にいるのに。 このルールさえ守ればずっと永遠にお兄ちゃんのそばにいられるはずだった。お兄ちゃんと一緒に魔女と戦うゲームを永遠に遊べるはずだった。でもそれじゃダメ。お兄ちゃんは あなたの妹は救われる。
エンジェエンジェこんなに違うこんなに
He wanted to turn around, but he couldn't because of how tightly Angie was gripping his head. However, judging by the blood that was pouring out and Angie's pain breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong was happening to her right now.
気にしないで。私は所詮ジェスではね、サクリファイスって。
サクリなんだって？そんなことはどうでもいい。早く手当てを。この手を一度離すんだ。エンジェ。
サクリファイスか。捨て駒の戦略的展望のためわざと損を承知駒を見捨てること。
The ultimate goal in chess is victory against the opponents. So sacrificing a few individual pieces is no problem if that can bring you to victory in the end. And she had made a level-headed decision. She had been told over and over that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Battler right now, she herself needed to become a sacrificial piece. Battler had to be made aware. His purpose in playing the witch's game, this witch's game, must not be something abstract like finishing off the witch. He needs to win this game. He needs to release himself and he needs to bring his family back home. Why? Because he has family, a little sister, waiting for him to come home. A being created to bring Ushiromiya Angie's voice to him. That is who Angie Beatrice is. Who I am? I will use this piece I am as a sacrifice to give Oni-chan the will to fight, to give him purpose. Oni-chan, my purpose is not to play with you in a witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you Ushiromiya Angie's mourning and sadness. That is my unshakable purpose. Oh, my boy Battler just has everyone dying around. Well, the white, skinny arm holding Battler was pale and transparent, almost like wax. But it was strained so cruelly with fresh blood. Stained. This is the Angie we've known so fucking long.
お前は俺に教えてくれたじゃねえか。どうして俺が勝たなくちゃならないか。そして俺が絶対に勝ってお前のところに帰ってやらなくちゃって。俺は
My boy.
何をこんなところでぼんやりと遊んでいたんだ。ああ、もうこんなところで遊んでなんか
She
いないぞ。
just fired him up. Oh, she had to sacrifice her life though?
帰るからな。お土産持ってきっと帰るからな。約束する。
いらないから一つだけ約束して。
なんだよ、何でも約束する。
でよ、今から話すね。痛かったでしょ。ギュッとしててごめんね。私は大丈夫だから振り返らなくていいから。だから最後にお兄ちゃんの一番かっこいいところを見せて。
Really?
席を立って目の前の魔女を指さしてゲームの世界を宣言して。
Angie's hand slid and disappeared behind me. The stark marks of her fingers were left behind me in the blood that had been oozing from her fingernails. But I turned around right away to take care of Angie's wounds.
エンジエンジ。
ああ、振り向いちゃダメって約束したのに。
エンジ。どこへ。
Behind my chair, as though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had all been smashed, there was a sticky, pulpy mountain. And around that mountain of blood was minced meat. The clothes and shoes Angie had been wearing lay crumpled as though they had been thrown off, as though a human's inside alone had been pulverized and discarded, as though Angie, who had been standing there until just a second ago, had been crushed.
エンジ。エンジはどこだよ。エンジはどこに消えたんだよ。
Oh, Battler, it's obvious what happened.
おい、エンジはどこに消えたんだよ。
The two young-looking witches said nothing, and just silently looked at the mountain of blood and meat and clothes. But I didn't want to accept it. I did not want to accept it.
わらわはそなたの正面でずっと見ていた。そなたの後ろでエンジェはどうなっていくか。
お前は知ってるのか。エンジェはどこへ行ったんだ。
生きながら焼けたでっかいペンチで親指大の大きさに全身の肉を引きちぎ捨てていくんだ。わらわは見ていた。魔女の釜で真っ赤に焼かれた無数の残忍な行為に一つまみ一つまみ肉をついばみ火に引きちぎる。エンジェは誇っている。兄と最後の言葉を交わすためその苦痛の喘ぎ最後まで耐えたことを誇っている。
Like hell that happens. But rolling there, on top of that mountain of flesh and clothes, was without a doubt what she had been wearing on her head, those pink bead hair ornaments. To be honest, I was thinking they were a bit too childish and didn't really suit her, so I remembered them well. Why was Angie Why has Angie been wearing these cheap hair ornaments all this time? No. This can't be Angie. It couldn't be. Okay, one thing I want to look at. What is the name of this one? Ushiromiya Angie? Chapter 19? Wait a minute. This is the final one?
バトルには見えてなかったんだから蝶々になって飛んでいったとか言ってごまかしちゃえばいいのに
お前らもそれを見ていたのか。エンジがバラバラに引きちぎられていくところを見ていたのかよ。見ててそんな平然とした顔を知ってたのかよ。
They don't care, Battler. They don't care. They're witches. They're used to this cruelty. Without answering, Berncasto, Lem Delta, and Beatrice looked at me. In some in pity, others in derision. She was calling herself Gretel. So after what happened with Virgilia in the last game, I was thinking up until now that she might be Beato's underling. And I was making sure not to trust her, even though she was on my side. And then, just as I learned that it was actually Angie, I'm not permitted to see her face. And when I turned around, I find something like this. Whoa.
良いではないか。妹のことなど。どうせそなた永遠にここから帰れなどせんのだ。
Oh, that's bull.
そなたの帰らぬ世界の妹などどうなろうが知ったことではなかろう。そなたがここで遊んでいる限り無数の世界の演者が孤独と今の最後と同じ苦痛を10年以上にもかけて薄めて強いられる。そんなことはどうでもいいことではない。ここにいるそなたには見えない、観測できない、観測できない真実は赤き真実を用いねば立証できない。だからエンジェのその後の不幸はそなたの杞憂かもしれない。案外ルドルフの遺産でのんびりと生涯働かずに暮らせてたりしてな。
Yeah, sure, I guess that is a silver lining, but no, not worth it. That was a lie. From Angie's arm, every part of the sad world that followed had poured into me in an instant. It's all because I keep on lazing about forever and playing in a place like this. I never thought about anyone but myself. I have to defeat her. I have to take back my family and come back to Angie, who's waiting for me as soon as humanly possible. Because even as I hang around with a witch like this, Angie's heart continues to be torn to bits by sadness.
エンジェ、お前が見たかったのはこれだよな。
Towards the cruel witch who had indifferently spoken of Angie's brutal last moment slowly. And yet, with all my might, I pointed.
ベアトリーチェ。ゲン。もう俺は逃げねえし、お前も逃がさない。
望むところ、わらわはもはや逃げも隠れもできない。わらわとそなたの決着、確実につけよう。どちらかが勝つ、どちらかが敗れて滅ぶ。それ以外の結末は存在しない。
俺は勝つ。どれほどの時間をかけようとも絶対にお前を打ち破る。この勝負にもう妥協も中断も不戦敗もない。俺は逃げない、逃がさない。俺を本気で倒しに来いよ。くだらない騙しもごまかしもおかしな交流も馴れ合いも一切必要ない。お前と俺は敵同士。1秒でも早く決着をつけて俺はエンジェのところへ家族。
揺るぎなき
Fuck, skipped it.
絶対の意志、人間の絶対なる意志、絶対の魔力、それは奇跡に通じ、それを約束する。そう、これは約束された絶対の奇跡。わらわの勝ちは100億に1つ。ひとかけらの奇跡も絶対にな、ありえぬということ。
Ha. Oh, he'll make that sure. He'll make that sure. Certain.
もう片方の足に冷たく頑丈な鎖を絡みつけ、この椅子に縛り付けて、わらわに残されたる運命はバトラに殺され敗北するように、それを超え永遠に引き分けを繰り返すことになる。殺されるための心の整理がつくまで引き分けを繰り返すの間違い。いずれにせよ敗れるためだけに戦わねばならない。もう永遠に鎖がわらわを縛り付けた。そしてバトラーの中でみっともなく許しを請うため、同情を請うために憐れみの心に訴えかける。
You should just give up. Just say I lose.
鎖にせよそれもかなわない。チェックメイト。これは完全なる爪だ。だわらわ黄金の魔女ベアトリーチ、黄金鏡に君臨したる黄金の魔王。破れるための戦いであってもわらわにふさわしき態度だ。そしてわらわにふさわしく散り際を飾る権利だ。わらわと同じそなたに我が魔法存在を認めさせて、この島に黄金鏡の扉を開く。そなたはその最初の茶会の主賓となる。そなた以外は全員がすでに揃っている。主賓の到着が遅れているから、いつまでも茶会が開けない。そなたの父親も母親、いとこたちもみんなお前の到着を待ちくたびれているぞ。
ああ、上等だぜ。まったくにもって上等だ。何が魔法だ、何が魔女だ。お前との遊びはこれまでだ。行くぞベアトリーチェ。
存分に来るがよい。妥協も中断も先輩もない。どちらかの立ち、どちらかの転ぶ。お前に負ける意志がないとわらわを倒すしかない。殺すしかない。しかしわらわは無残に殺されるし、わらわにふさわしき最後のそなたが用意できるのだ。抵抗を繰り返すことができる。そなたにそれができる。できるだろう。必ずできるさ。来い。
Let's end this already.
やりにくいかならばいつもの調子で。殺されるかよ。せめて勝てなくてもお前に勝ちを譲らない程度の嫌がらせはできるんだぜ。
Okay. So the other one is how she really feels, but this is her agitating my boy? Oh, fuck, keep skipping. Oh god, I've never seen that face before. What the fuck was that, bitch? Hold up. Dude, it's so fucking... I've been wanting to Dude, I've been recording for 4 fucking hours. Actually, it's fucking 4 hours. I want to stop because I got to fucking... Dude, it is so motherfucking hot. Hold on. Skip. Can I skip it? Please, can I skip it? Please. Yes, go. I understand. I see it. Okay, I'm gonna have to end it for now. My thoughts will be in the next episode.